Oh, good morning, Lieutenant. I didn't see you sitting there.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I was going to say, it looks like everybody here is ready. Is the jury ready? They are? State ready?
Yes, Judge.
Defense ready?
We are.
Let's get the jury. This will be a first. We're starting almost right on time.
Yesterday started off.
That's right.
Yeah, put a new one on there.
Yep.
It's Friday, Judge.
It is Friday. I usually try to let them go early on Friday, but that may not happen today. But we'll feed them.
It's a good trade-off.
Uh-huh.
I think.
They're usually happy when we give them
Very
pizza.
good pizza too.
It is. It is very good.
I went for the first time a couple of weeks ago.
It's
I was stunned at how good it was.
Yeah. They've got other stuff that's good too. Very good.
Yeah. I just tried the pizza and I was sold on the crust.
Yes.
I hear all the judges go there on Wednesdays, huh? Is that true?
I've been once,
Oh,
but there's a lot of them that go, yeah.
yeah.
I'm too busy working in here to go to lunch.
We used to get lunch. Remember those days?
We used to have lunch, yeah.
We used to get lunch all the time, remember?
Yeah. Not ready?
One in the bathroom, but I also have a request.
A request.
We want to know that within those 45 minutes for lunch that we told them about yesterday, are they able to eat somewhere else other than?
Sure. They can take their pizza and go. So we'll try to order it. We'll try to have a hard break then for lunch. Maybe at, might as well do 12. What do you think's better for ordering a pizza and having it here at a certain time? You know what we'll do? However you do it and order it at a reasonable time, and then when it gets here, you let us know, and that'll be our hard break.
Okay.
So then they can grab their pizza and they can go where they want, but they got to be back in 45 minutes.
That they're aware of.
Right, that cuts off the time of them having to go stand in a line somewhere and order food.
There's one in the bathroom.
All right.
So when she comes out, you can bring them.
Yep, we're ready when they are. We are ready.
All right, jury in the courtroom.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Welcome back. Happy Friday. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I love all the green that everyone's wearing and the buttons. You see what I've done with the seat covers in honor of this day. And once a year, that's perfect for the green seat covers. So that's my contribution. Let me ask first and foremost whether any of you were exposed to anything about this case or whether any of you discussed anything about this case between the time you left this courtroom yesterday afternoon and the time you returned this morning by show of hands. Excellent. Let the record reflect that there are no hands. As we discussed yesterday, I will provide pizza. I know some of you are concerned about whether you can actually leave the room during that 45 minutes. You may. We're just trying to keep on schedule for the conclusion of the trial, and what that will do is the bailiff is going to order pizza at some point, and when it gets here, we'll take our 45-minute break. That eliminates you having to go stand in line somewhere. As long as you're back in 45 minutes, we're good. If you don't want to take pizza with you or you don't want to eat it in the room, that's entirely up to you. But we're just shortening the break and providing an alternative to going somewhere else to get something to eat for you. And it's my understanding that the pizza from Palazzo is very, very good. So you'll let me know. We'll have a count when you come back about the pizza. So thank you all. We are going to pick up where we left off, though, and I am going to turn to the defense, who was in the middle of cross-examination. Mr. Escobar, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you.
The witness is still on. He's back on the stand, and he is still under oath from yesterday.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Lieutenant, I want to just go over a few things before we continue with the Jose photo pack. You remember me showing you this particular photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you had indicated to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you had gone back various times
Yes, sir.
after the initial crime scene that you witnessed. You had gone back to this particular property. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, based upon your investigation, where the individuals were positioned at the time of the shooting?
At the time of the shooting, they were seated, playing cards. I believe one of them was seated on the side, on the.
You can step down.
Lieutenant, there's a stick here, that yardstick. Can you tell me, for example, let's start off with this rattan chair that appears there. Can you tell me who was seated there during the time of the shooting?
I don't know the exact positions of them. What I'm told is that they were playing cards. They were seated there, and one of them, I believe, was seated right here in that wood piece, and there was somebody standing, but I don't remember exactly who was where.
Okay, is that documented anywhere in your police report that you think it would refresh your recollection?
No, sir.
You did not document that in your police report,
No, sir.
where each individual was seated?
No, sir.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question. When you went back to take a look at the scene, or even the night of your arrival there, I think you arrived at about 4:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever sit in any of those seats in order to determine what the perspective of the individuals that were sitting there playing cards would have been with, the railing, the pole here, anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Detective, Lieutenant, keep calling me detective because...
It's okay.
Lieutenant, you recognize this picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived at 4:30, was that what you were able to see that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, based upon your investigation, where the shooter had parked his or her vehicle at the time that they arrived there shortly before 2:22 in the morning?
It was on the middle of the street.
Well, do you know where, as part of your investigation, can you point out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that vehicle was actually parked before the shooter got out of the vehicle?
No, sir.
And why is that?
Because nobody can tell me exactly where actually the vehicle parked.
Did you ask any of the witnesses or the victims where it was that they first saw this vehicle parked?
They said the way that it was described is the middle of the street. The vehicle came at a high rate of speed and it stopped in the middle of the street.
And so what you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury is that you could not determine as part of your investigation, even based upon conversations that you were having with individuals like Jose Rodriguez, because you interviewed him that very morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you couldn't tell, based upon Mr. Rodriguez or any of the others, as to where that vehicle had actually parked?
That's correct.
In direct examination, I'm going to show you what's been marked and introduced into evidence at 7B. It's a state exhibit. You see, oh, sorry, defense exhibit. Sorry.
Is the tag right, so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who is that? I can bring it forward a little bit if you like.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
No, sir.
The picture that you saw on direct examination of Omar Balon, can you tell me when that picture was taken?
The picture that I saw,
Yeah, here, when it was put on the screen for you. Remember Omar
I
Balon?
don't know when the picture was taken.
And so you don't recognize this particular individual?
No, sir.
You did speak to Omar Balon in 2010, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Now, you were early morning hours of November the 25th, you were speaking to this group of individuals, Jose Rodriguez being the only person in that group that was actually a witness to the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct with that?
Yes.
Okay. But you did speak to other individuals in trying to gain information that was important concerning that household and events that may have occurred even previous to this incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you finished speaking to this group, your feelings were that a lot of what was told to you did not make sense.
There were some things that I didn't understand, yes.
And you felt like not everything was being given to you. They weren't forthcoming with everything.
I don't know if the feeling was that it wasn't forthcoming. It's just a lot of the things I didn't know yet. I'm just getting a story.
This is the September 10th, 2014, starting on page 97. Lieutenant, do you remember your deposition being taken on September the 10th of 2014?
Yes, sir.
And you remember being placed under oath at that deposition?
Yes, sir.
You remember the following questions and answers, 97, and it's going to start on line 5 through 19. Question. And is the reason why you asked him the question because this whole thing wasn't making sense to you? Didn't seem to be particularly forthcoming with information? Your answer. I think the whole thing didn't make sense. Question. Okay. Did you get the impression that people weren't being forthcoming with information to you? Answer. Yes. And that was my impression that day. I know we were sitting here and we're reading transcripts, so I want to just say this. Sometimes when it's transcribed like this, just reading this kind takes it out of context and expressions. Question. Right? Your answer. But I agree with all the words that are here. But referring back to the video because sometimes the video paints three-dimensional picture, but based upon the words they are put together, sometimes it makes me wonder, and yes, but that was my impression that morning, was like, I'm not getting everything here. Question, right. And so when you asked him, you gangbang, he says no. And then you ask your friends, and he says, oh, they assume they were West Side. Answer, your answer, yes. Question, who they assume they were West Side? Who is they? Answer, I don't know, I really don't know. So you felt like not getting, everything. They're not being forthcoming with what this is all about, right?
At some point I did, yes, sir.
And you asked them, what is West Side? What do you mean by West Side? I mean, you knew what West Side was, right?
Yes.
Well, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what West Side is.
Some groups identified as a gang of a West Side gang.
Okay. So, part of that group, I think we talked about it yesterday, was Omar Balon, correct? That you were interviewing.
I interviewed, yes.
And did you know that Omar Balon had a tattoo on his person that said Ruskin Gangster?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you know that Omar Balon had a tattoo that said Ocean Mist Gangster?
No, I did not.
Did you even ask any of these individuals to show you their tattoos?
No, sir.
You realize that gang members display their affiliation with gangs by putting tattoos on their bodies, right?
Yes, sir.
But you never asked any of them.
No, sir.
One of the things that Jose Rodriguez told you that you were very interested in is the weapon that was used, right?
Yes, sir.
Pump action black shotgun, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in investigations like this, when someone describes a weapon, that is something that you're going to focus on, and you're going to focus on heavily, right?
Yes.
Number one, to see if there's some consistency in what each particular witness is saying in reference to the firearm, right?
Yes, sir.
Just like you're trying to see if there's consistency through each witness to see if the description matches, right?
Yes, sir.
Because if one guy says pump action black shotgun and the next witness says pump action black shotgun and the next person says pump action black shotgun, you feel a little bit more comfortable that it may be a black pump action shotgun.
Yes, sir.
And just like if one witness says the person is 6'1" and 6'2", the second person says he's 6'1" and 6'2", and the third person says he's 6'1" and 6'2", you become more comfortable with the fact that this shooter may be 6'1" or 6'2".
Close to that, yes.
And if the individuals say that the shooter was 250 to 280 pounds, and 280 pounds to 300 pounds, and 250 pounds to 280 pounds, you feel more comfortable that possibly the shooter is that weight.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, can we approach on this just as a precaution? Lieutenant Lugo, I think we talked early on in my cross-examination how important it was to follow up on leads, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because let's face it, we're all human, right? And we may think that something is happening one way and it actually happened some other way, right?
Good, yes.
You had that happen in your profession as a police officer.
Yes.
You're thinking, hey, this is the way it happened, and all of a sudden you uncover some other stuff and you say, ay, I should have been over here, right?
Yes, sir.
Lawyers do it all the time as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Doctors, everybody. We're human, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that very morning, the morning that you were there at 4:30 in the morning on Ocean Mist, you get some officers that alert you to the fact that there was, that morning, a individual in a green minivan that had gone to a store of some sort with a mask and a pump-action shotgun in order to rob, I guess, that particular store, right?
Yes, sir.
And that particular information that was given to you, some officers were going to look into it. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they actually sent you a video because, fortunately, at that particular place, there was a video, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And videos are great, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you never looked at that video.
No, sir.
You never pursued any investigation of that incident.
No, sir.
In addition, that very morning, there was another incident that very morning where another individual in a minivan had fled from officers, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you were given that information because, hey, you're investigating this particular homicide, and it just so happens to be that the individual that committed this horrific murder was in a minivan, right?
Yes.
And so you're being given this information. Say, hey, Detective Lugo, take a look at this because you may want to follow that lead.
That one I was never given that one at the beginning. I learned of that one afterwards.
Okay. And when you learned about it after, a photograph was sent of that situation as well, right?
The photograph?
Yeah, a photograph. Picture of the van was sent to Detective Schramm,
Okay.
your second
My
assistant, right?
Yes.
Do you know where that picture's at?
No, sir.
You can't find that picture, can you?
No, sir.
Did you even speak to Detective Woods, who actually was investigating that particular incident with the minivan?
No, sir.
Now, Detective, I think yesterday, and it may have been during direct examination, you talked about your diligence in going around the neighborhood. I guess it was maybe that next morning to see if, in fact, there was video that would be captured.
It was the same one.
That same morning,
Yes, sir.
when it became daylight.
Yes.
So you could see video, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, other than that immediate Ocean Mist Circle community, there are some major streets that lead you to that community, right?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what streets those would be?
Highway 41?
Pretty busy street, right?
Yes, sir.
A lot of commercial establishments on 41?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What other street?
That would be the major one.
So 674,
There's a 674.
another busy street?
Yes.
Commercial establishments on that street as well?
Yes, sir.
And the beauty about commercial establishments is that at least they have the money, some of them, to have video, right?
Yes, some of them do.
In fact, there's a racetrack, which we know they're big, right?
Yes.
And what street, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what street the racetrack is at.
There's a couple of them there now. At that time, I believe the racetrack was by I-75 and 674.
Okay. Now, officers that were assisting you, you wanted to get video from these commercial establishments, right?
Yeah, we looked for video, yes.
In fact, you got a video from a commercial establishment, right?
Yes.
And the interesting thing about what you wanted is that you wanted something that was going to capture traffic somewhere between 2 o'clock in the morning and 2:30, 2:40. Because the shooting, or at least the 911 call, happened at 2:22. And so the shooting happened sometime before 2:22. And if the shooting would have happened, you wanted to capture someone leaving the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you gave some parameters, but really the most important parameter was you wanted nighttime video, right?
Yes, sir.
Because at 2:22 in the morning, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, and at 2:40 in the morning, it's night, dark, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you got this video from this commercial establishment. Can you tell the jury what commercial establishment that was?
I don't recall.
Well, when you got the video, they were supposed to get daytime and nighttime video, right?
Yes, they were supposed to get nighttime video.
Right. But you had made an order, get daytime and nighttime, right? You wanted the whole shebang.
I didn't say anything in reference to the
Okay.
video.
But then you find out it's placed in evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you find out that, oh my God, the nighttime video is not on there.
Yes, I believe they got daytime.
This homicide did not occur in the daylight hours.
No, sir.
What did you send somebody back to that store in an effort to get nighttime video?
No, sir.
And that racetrack, you're familiar with that because there's a lot of police officers that hang out at that racetrack late at night, right?
No, I don't know.
We talked about the Jose Rodriguez photo pack presentation, correct? Yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And you had selected a photo from the Department of Motor Vehicles records for Michael Keetley
Somebody did.
because you wanted to use that in the photo presentation, right?
We wanted to put his picture on the presentation, yes.
And that particular photo from the Department of Motor Vehicles, that license had been issued in 2008, right?
I don't recall.
You want to look at your records to see if there's anything that will refresh your recollection?
It says issue date 12/3/2008.
Merely less than a couple of years from the date of this homicide.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you used that particular photo, and in that photo, Mr. Keetley has blue eyes, light blue eyes.
I don't recall.
And in that particular description of his photo in the driver's license, he was 5'11", 212 pounds. You want to take a look at it? Do you need to?
It says 5'11". It doesn't have the weight.
And so I think we went over yesterday that Jose Rodriguez did not identify Michael Keetley in any one of those photos, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you would agree that you had no idea whatsoever that Jose Rodriguez had purchased ice cream and nachos from Michael Keetley 10 to 12 times before the homicide.
No, sir.
Even though you questioned him the morning of the homicide, you had no idea that Jose Rodriguez had actually purchased from the ice cream truck nachos and ice cream from this gentleman.
No, sir.
Because had you known that, you would have said, Jose Rodriguez, you indicated to me that you do not know the person that was shooting during this homicide, right? That's what he told you. Jose Rodriguez, that morning.
Yes.
I don't know. I've never seen the guy that was firing those bullets the morning of the homicide. That's what he told you.
I don't know his exact wording, but he didn't tell me who did it. He didn't know.
He didn't know. He didn't recognize him, right?
Yes.
And he told you that, what?
On the road.
And if you don't tell the truth under oath, what happens? That's a crime, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, you not knowing that he had this contact with Michael Keetley, you have this photo presentation done, according to the SOPs, by someone in a blind administration, or
Yes,
as
sir.
we call it, double blind, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you find out shortly thereafter, I mean real shortly thereafter, right, the next day, right, that there is a text circulating. Daniel, can I have that text? A text that has been circulating that has Michael Keetley's photo on it, right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason that you're aware of that is that Jose Rodriguez calls you on the phone,
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
And he tells you, "Detective, I know who committed the homicide," right?
That's correct.
And you say, "How did that happen?" And you say, "Well, I got this picture, and I looked at this picture, and yep, that's the guy that committed the homicide," right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that by this time there was a lot of rumor that was going on in Ruskin, right? About this text.
I learned that at that time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
You learned it, okay?
Yes.
And it was spreading like wildfire, right?
Yes, sir.
And Ruskin's that kind of community where a lot of people know each other, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you knew that because you were familiar with Ruskin
Yes.
and Waimama,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And so you tell him, "Jose Rodriguez, send me that picture," because you're back at your office.
I'm somewhere when I got the call, yes.
You say, "Send me that picture," right?
Yes.
And he sends you the picture,
Yes, sir.
and you look at the picture, right?
Yes, sir.
And clearly you recognize Michael Keetley.
I think from the picture, all I had seen was other pictures. I wasn't 100% sure, but it looked like him.
It looked like Michael Keetley, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so where is that picture that Jose Rodriguez sent you?
He sent it to me by text.
Yeah. Where is it?
I don't recall. I think it was done in a report.
Well, no, where's the picture? Because that's a piece of evidence. When a witness sends you something, right, in the form of a photo, you want to preserve that to memorialize the fact that this is the photo that Jose Rodriguez sent me. You want to do that, right? As a law
Yes.
enforcement. You've been trained on that since the days of the academy.
Yes,
right?
sir.
So where's that picture?
I don't know, sir.
You can't find that picture.
No, sir.
And so then you decide, okay, let me go over there. You're going to go over there with Detective Schramm to Mr. Rodriguez's home, which was the scene of the homicide, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're going there for purposes of interviewing him on this because you realize immediately when he tells you, "Hey, this picture was shown to me," you realize immediately, uh-oh, that's a problem, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you've been trained as early as the academy that contamination in any criminal case can be very dangerous.
Yes, sir.
Because when individuals get that, they actually start believing what they're seeing, right? They start believing that, hey, this is the person, right?
I don't know.
Well, it's suggestive, right? You would agree with that.
Yes, sir.
When someone's given a solo picture, it is suggestive to that person, right?
Yes.
And you've been trained as a law enforcement officer that being suggestive to any witness. When you interview witnesses, you don't tell them what the answer is, do you?
No, sir.
In fact, when you interview a witness out there, you are trained to only give open-ended questions, meaning you ask the question, you don't suggest the answer.
That's correct, depending on the interview and what you know.
Whoa, what you know?
Yes.
What's interesting with a witness is not what you know. What's interesting with a
Objection,
witness,
Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain, rephrase.
you would agree with me that what is important is not what you know. What's important is what that witness knows,
Yes.
independent of you.
Yes.
Because if you start suggesting to a witness something, you are doing nothing better than the picture that was shown to Jose Rodriguez. You're suggesting an answer, correct?
Yes.
And that is one of the biggest no-nos in law enforcement.
So I just want to
Just my
clarify.
question.
But yes.
Is it one of the biggest no-nos in law enforcement?
Yes, at times, yes.
And so, this is a defense exhibit as well. You recognize this, right?
Yes, sir.
That fairly and accurately, whoops, me and technology. Okay. You recognize that, right?
Yes, sir.
That fairly and accurately depicted what you saw during this investigation as a text that was sent throughout Ruskin and Waimama and Riverview and everywhere, right?
I don't know where he went. That's the picture that I got on my cell phone from Jose Rodriguez.
And you would agree that this right here says forward, 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 right? You recognize what that signifies, right?
Yes, sir.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that signifies.
He's just showing me that he's to be forward.
Many people are getting that.
Like I said, I don't know that. I just can tell you what it means to me when I'm looking at it, that he's to be forward.
Right, and so if it's going to be forward, it's going to be forward to somebody, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so that's important because now, let's see, on that particular screen, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people that it was supposed to be forwarded to, right?
I don't know if that means people. He's in there, I believe, 11 times. There's a forward.
That's why I'm a lawyer, okay? My math is not the greatest. So let's look here. Can you read what that text says to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You want me to read it as is?
As it is. Unfortunately, I don't like to say those words either, but, right? We have to do it. Go ahead.
It says right here, this, D, and it says FCK, assumption, fuck, nigga, NIGAA, who shot Mike and Spider. A kill drop. If anyone sees him, it says I see. Cops are looking for him. He's the same guy who got shot in OSC.
You know what that is, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Old City Center. I'll give you a hint.
I'm sorry?
Old City Center.
All City Center?
Yeah. No?
I don't know.
Okay.
He was the ice cream man back in January.
Okay. So you saw that, you read that, right?
Yes.
Now you had it in your possession, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
you were going to do some questioning. And you had Jose Rodriguez there, right?
Yes.
Because you were now at 604 Ocean Mist. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that some of the verbiage there said a kill drone. What's that?
I'm not sure.
Well, did you ask Jose Rodriguez what that was?
No, I did not.
Did you ask anybody what that meant?
No, sir.
So throughout the 12 years, 13 years of this investigation, you've never asked anybody what that word meant?
No, sir.
And you had accessible to you all those people, possibly, that had received that, including Jose Rodriguez.
Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that whoever sent this email was trying to put out the word in the community, right?
I don't know, sir. Somebody sent it.
No, I know somebody sent it, but did you think of, okay, why are they sending this out? I would imagine that's one of the first things you said. Why is somebody sending this out?
I thought about it, but I can't tell you what their intent was.
Well, did you think that possibly someone was trying to throw off law enforcement concerning who had actually committed this murder?
Could it possibly be?
Yeah.
If somebody was trying to throw off law enforcement?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that particular text and that information was received by Juan Hernandez the day of this homicide, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe it was the picture. That's all I was provided.
Meaning Juan Hernandez had received the picture and it had a telephone conversation with someone, right?
Yes.
We'll get to that in just a second. But what's important first to get out of the way, if we can, is that you never, ever made any attempts to investigate, number one, who had sent out this text.
No, sir.
You never, ever attempted to determine who this text was forwarded to.
The text, no, sir.
Not forward number one, not forward number two, not forward number three, not forward number 4, all the way through forward number 11. You never did any investigation to determine who had received that particular text in Hillsborough County or throughout the country. Right?
That's correct.
And you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you have the power to subpoena phone records, right?
Yes, sir.
You have the power to ask a judge to issue a search warrant for phone records, correct?
Yes, sir.
And obviously you have the power to interview people ad nauseum until you get some answers, right?
Yes, sir.
Because if they don't want to give you answers, you've told this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, remember Mr. Beckwith, he didn't want to talk to you, right?
He didn't want to talk to me without the state attorney, yes.
Without immunity.
I don't know. If it was without immunity, he wanted, without the state attorney, he wasn't going to talk to me.
Well, you realize, Detective, you've been doing this a long time, that there's such a thing called a subpoena by the state attorney that gives the person that has to answer that subpoena immunity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you have the power to even bring any one of these individuals in and say, okay, we're going to find out how that was forwarded 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Issue a subpoena, say, hey, Jay Pruner, come on over here. We got to find out what's going on with this text message, right?
Yes.
You didn't do that.
No, sir.
You had a conversation with Jose Rodriguez that day. You're now at 604 Ocean Mist. This has been brought forward. It's an important event in this investigation. And do you ask Jose Rodriguez whether he has ever seen that gentleman on that photo?
I don't recall what I asked him that day.
Well, you certainly didn't ask him that one, right?
I don't recall.
You should have asked him that one, right?
He's telling me that this is the person.
You should have asked him, have you ever seen this person before? Simple question.
I didn't ask him that.
You should have.
I don't see the reason.
So you don't see the reason. Certainly, if you knew that Jose Rodriguez had bought ice cream from Michael Keetley 10 to 12 times, your first question to him was, Jose, since you purchased ice cream from this man and nachos, getting the product, exchanging the money in front of him, why didn't you tell me that you recognized who had committed this murder? You would have asked him that.
And
Because if am I right?
I'm just getting confused. And what time are you talking about?
My-
Because
my-
I talked to him
Yeah,
twice.
my apologies. We're,
Yes.
we're at 6:04 on the 26th of November, the day after this homicide.
The day-
This yes, this
The day
picture.
we're talking about.
Yes,
this.
sir.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and your question is?
It had you known that he had seen Michael Keetley 10 to 12 times because he had purchased ice cream and nachos from him, you would have said, Jose, why did you tell me that you never have ever seen the shooter before, but you've been in front of this man constantly? You would have asked him that.
Yes.
You didn't ask him that
No, I did not.
because you did not know, right?
That's correct.
And because he did not tell you.
That is correct.
Now Jose Rodriguez is contaminated, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, again, we have three individuals that witnessed this horrific homicide. You agree, right? It's a horrific homicide.
Yes, sir.
Jose Rodriguez now is contaminated. Right?
Yes, sir.
You got two more. Mr. Beltran, right?
Yes.
And Gonzalo Guevara. Those are your only two other options now to try to get an identification of the shooter on November 25th, 2010.
That's correct.
But you don't leave there just yet, because you want to know who gave this to Juan Hernandez.
Yes.
And guess who was there at the home at 604 Ocean Mist with Jose Rodriguez?
Juan Hernandez.
Juan Hernandez. And so you ask Juan Hernandez, tell me who you spoke to the 25th that sent you this picture and told you that Michael Keetley was the murderer. Right? You asked him that.
Yes, sir.
And he tells you, I'm not going to tell you.
That's correct.
Did you serve him with a state attorney subpoena so that he would have to tell you?
No, sir.
Never.
No, sir.
In the last 12, 13 years, you have never served him with a subpoena to find out who had sent Juan Hernandez that photo.
No, sir.
Did you ask Juan Hernandez who had sent him the text that we're looking at here the following morning? Because he got the phone call, right, the night before.
Yes.
He's telling you, I'm not going to tell you who I spoke to, right?
Not during the phone call. The next day when I interviewed him,
Yeah.
he said first that he wasn't going to tell me, and then he said that he's been going around, so he didn't want to get anybody involved, but the picture had been going around. Yes.
Yeah. Jose Rodriguez had told you that not only had he bought ice cream, had he told you that,
Okay.
and had he told you that in addition to that, I've seen this picture, detective, because this picture was also on the jars, the collection jars, throughout the community. He didn't tell you that, right?
No, sir.
But you were aware that that picture, that very picture, was on the collection jars in Hillsborough County, asking for money to help Mr. Keetley with the savage robbery and attempted murder that happened to him, right?
Yes,
Objection, Your Honor.
Legal basis.
Judge, his characterization and his commentary.
Is that an improper description of what happened to Mr. Keetley?
Approach.
So now, Lieutenant Lugo, you've got two problems in your investigation. You've got a contamination of an eyewitness, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've got a rumor mill that's going on throughout Ruskin, Waimama, wherever, that even according to Juan Hernandez, it's way out there, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're concerned,
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
You're concerned about, how are we going to prevent further contamination being taking place in this very tight-knit community, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you go to Sergeant Losat and say, Sergeant, we've got a problem?
I don't know which one of them I'm told. I have 3 supervisors.
Because when things like this happen, you got to tell your supervisors, right?
Yes.
Okay. This particular text message, you've indicated that there are other detectives that can help you in your homicide investigations, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you show this to any of your detectives that were helping you in this investigation? For example, Detective Gregory Thomas or Detective Pramberger, or any of those detectives, and say, detectives, this is a delicate matter, this text. I want you to help investigate the source and help investigate how widespread this is in the Ruskin community, or Waimama.
Objection may reproach.
Yes.
Detective, the last question that we left off, you never asked any of these detectives that were assisting you to, hey, I need you to issue subpoenas, get a search warrant, let's find out the source, the initial source, and every source thereafter of this text message, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, while you were there at Ocean Mist with Juan Hernandez and Jose Rodriguez, you tell both of those fellas, hey, I don't want you to talk to Gonzalo Guevara about this picture or this text because I'm going to show him a photocopy. That's what you told these two fellas, right?
I did tell him not to send that picture around, to wait till the investigation was completed.
Well, more than that, you told them that you were going to show a photo array to Gonzalo Guevara.
Yes, sir.
These two individuals, Jose Rodriguez, who had already lied to you, right, about Creeper.
Yes, sir.
Jose Rodriguez, who had not told you that he had bought ice cream and nachos from Michael Keetley 10 to 12 times.
That's correct.
Juan Hernandez, who refused to tell you where he had received the phone call and the text.
Yes, sir.
You trusted these two people not to go to Gonzalo Guevara and let them know of the rumor and the photos that were being spread throughout the county. You trusted these two guys.
It's not about trust.
Well, you would agree that if you don't trust someone, you got to be cautious. Right?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did to be cautious once you telegraphed that you were going to be showing a photo pack to Gonzalo Rivera.
Told him not to show him the pictures.
That's all you did.
Yes, sir.
I believe in direct examination, you testified about your interview of a lady by the name of Stacy Rogan.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Stacy Rogan indicated to you the fact that Michael Keetley had been injured in this robbery and attempted murder and had limited use of his hands, right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And so you knew that early on that Mr. Keetley had some disabilities, right?
Yes, sir.
But you were not aware that it was Michael Keetley that had broken up the relationship with her.
I don't recall.
You never asked her that.
I don't think so.
Certainly when you're interviewing people, you want to investigate motive for their statements and for their testimony, right?
Yes.
Because you realize through the many years of your experience as a law enforcement officer that some people will say things for the wrong reasons, right?
Some people will yes.
They've been hurt, they've been upset, and they want to get back at someone, right?
It could happen, yes.
Did you know what the relationship was between this person and Mr. Keetley?
I know they had a relationship and it was over.
Do you know anything about the relationship?
No, sir.
You never asked any of the questions concerning their relationship? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So now you've got a thought process that, hey, I need to get some photo arrays, photo packs, over to the two remaining witnesses, right?
Yes, sir.
That could possibly give you an ID.
Yes.
But you want to talk to Michael Keetley, right?
Yes, sir.
You want to interrogate him.
I want to talk to him, yes.
Did you call him on the phone?
No, sir.
Did you stop by his house and have a chat with him?
No, sir.
What you did is that you got the star unit. You know what the star unit is, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the star unit is?
Star unit, it has changed what they do. But I believe at that time they did some surveillance. They did different things in reference to whatever was needed in a specific area.
And so you got the star unit to go out there and start doing surveillance on Mr. Keetley, correct?
It was done through the investigation, yes. It wasn't me, it was the supervisor that made that call.
You knew that was happening, right?
Yes, I did.
And you realized that in that surveillance that they were conducting on Mr. Keetley, just by happen chance, did they stop him?
They did.
And do you know why they stopped Mr. Keetley?
I don't remember the exact reason.
Did you give the star unit any orders to stop Mr. Keetley?
I didn't.
You realize that if law enforcement stops someone without just cause, meaning that they've committed either an infraction or have done something illegal, law enforcement can't just stop cars just because they want to, right?
That's correct.
It's against the law for law enforcement to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
And so Mr. Keetley is stopped, but you don't know why he was stopped.
I don't know the reason for the stop.
You knew that he had a driver's license, a valid driver's license,
Yes.
because you had used that valid driver's license in a photo pack.
I used the picture, yes. The picture was used.
Yeah. And so you get a call that, hey, we've stopped Michael Keetley and we're going to bring him down to District 4, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you at home at the time?
I don't remember where I was. I believe so.
Okay. And it takes you about an hour to get from wherever you were to District 4.
Yes, just about.
And when you got to District 4, Mr. Keetley was not there, right?
I believe he was already there.
September 10th, 2014, page 64. Lines 23 through 25. Remember that deposition in September of 2014, specifically September 10th?
Yes.
Remember being placed under oath?
Yes, sir.
You remember the following questions and answers. When you got to District 4, was Michael Keetley already there? Answer, I don't think so. What was happening for over an hour at the location of the stop that it took Michael Keetley over an hour to get over to District 4?
I don't know, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. Those officers that stopped Michael Keetley, did they record the interview that they had with him there on the side of the road?
I don't believe so.
You never have listened to any recording of such, right?
No.
But you know that Detective Schramm came over to that particular scene of the stop, right?
Yes.
And you know Detective Schramm has a recorder, right?
Yes.
And you know that Detective Schramm can actually press a button without letting Michael Keetley know that he's pressed a button and record whatever conversations took place there on the side of the road.
Yes, he could.
You knew that he didn't do that, right?
I don't know that he did that.
Or you didn't.
Or didn't do it.
You haven't listened to any recording
No.
of Detective Schramm and Michael Keetley at the side of the road of the stop.
No, I have not.
And so, Michael Keetley arrives at some point in time to District 4, right?
Yes, sir.
But he doesn't arrive in his own car, right? His own vehicle.
I don't know. I don't remember. I think they brought him.
He didn't have his wallet and driver's license and personal belongings, right?
I don't know.
You've seen a report of the impounding of Michael Keetley's vehicle, correct?
The report,
Yeah,
like the property report,
yeah, where it shows impounded, right?
I'm sure it's in the file. I don't remember the last time I saw it.
Okay. You remember that that report indicated that Michael Keetley's vehicle was abandoned on the side of the road.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Rephrase the question.
You remember, Detective, a report that indicated Michael Keetley's car, where he was stopped, on the impound report, it says it was abandoned. You remember that?
Approach.
Objection.
My apologies, Your Honor. I've got to tab everything. If not, I'll lose my place. It's going to start on page 97, lines 22 through 25. It's going to go on through page 98, lines 1 through 17.
Which date?
It is the 28th of January, 2015.
And you're approaching him with that
I am.
to refresh his recollection.
Lieutenant Lugo, would possibly a deposition concerning that word abandonment refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Well, this is easy because we're right here. Okay, so we want to start reading here.
Okay, and what's the date? So
No, right there. Okay,
yes.
right there. Okay. So there and there. Start here first. Okay. Move over. Okay.
Just to this page right here, sir.
Well, if let me see if there's even an inkling of anything else. Let me see. I believe that it deals with another subject.
Okay.
So, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so the impound reports for the Keetley vehicle that was stopped by Detective or Officer Clark indicated that the vehicle had been abandoned.
I guess it was marked in there that it was abandoned.
Well, would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what investigation you conducted in an effort to determine why that report said that the vehicle had been abandoned?
I didn't do anything in reference to the vehicle being abandoned.
You were aware that the vehicle was impounded at 9:10 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were starting your interview of Mr. Keetley at 10 o'clock at night.
Yes, sir.
And you were aware that the actual vehicle that had been stopped belonged to Thomas Keetley, Michael's father, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had an opportunity sometime thereafter to see the pictures that were taken of that vehicle on the side of the road, right?
Yes.
And you remember there being Mr. Keetley's wallet there on the dashboard. You remember that, right?
I don't remember, but if it's on the pictures, it's fine.
Okay. And you remember also that fingerprints were taken from within that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that in looking at the pictures of the vehicle that were taken there on the side of the road, by no stretch of the imagination can one say that that vehicle had been cleaned out. Correct?
That's correct.
It was pretty messy, wasn't it?
I believe so, yes.
So now, Mr. Keetley is there at District 4, right?
Yes.
And District 4 has a room that not only are you able to audio record, but it also has the capabilities of video recording, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a great thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Video recording is even better than audio recording, right?
Yes, sir.
Because not only can you capture the voice of the individual, but you can capture all sorts of things, right? Their face reflections of all parties. You, Detective Schramm, and Mr. Keetley, right?
Yes, sir.
And if there's any disabilities that are clear on the video, you can obviously see whatever disabilities Mr. Keetley may have had the morning of that interrogation, right?
Can you ask me?
Yeah, it's videotaping me. So if my hand is like this in that interview, and I'm not able to open it at my own volition, that video would capture everything that happens in that room.
Yes.
It's a wonderful thing.
Yes.
You want to do everything in your power to make sure that that video is working during that interrogation. Correct?
Not everything. It's either working or it's not.
Well, you're not the only one there at District 4, right?
No, sir.
Detective Schramm is not the only one there at District 4, right?
That's correct.
There's all sorts of police officers there at that time in District 4.
Yes.
And supervisors, right?
Yes.
Individuals that work out of that station,
Yes.
right? You're familiar with District 4.
Yes.
And so, if a apparatus like a video is not working, it is as simple as going to someone who is there and saying, can we turn the video on? Right?
That would be as simple as.
Yeah,
The-
very simple, right?
The button to turn the system on is inside the interview room or right outside.
Okay, but
it
it doesn't,
depends on the time.
but it doesn't matter if you're in the interview room and you're trying to start the video, and for whatever reason it doesn't start. It's as simple as going outside, going to one of the individuals that work District 4, and say, hey, could you please help me start the video? Right?
Yes, you can do that.
You didn't do that.
I didn't.
And the beauty of having your recorder is that you can always use the recorder as a backup, right?
Yes.
Meaning that the minute that you all walk into that room, you press your little button, right? Because you don't have to tell Michael Keetley that you're recording him.
I don't have to.
You can hit your button, and now you hit the video, and voila. You got video, you got audio. Foolproof, right?
Yes, sir.
And if at any point in time during that process the video, you believe the video stops working, you just stop, you go outside, you say, hey, can you get this video going for me? You press the video button, and you've got video, right? Right?
You could, yes.
Because this is an important interview, right?
It is.
I mean, it is not only important for law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
But it's important for our administration of justice, right?
It is.
Because you've been trained as early as the academy to preserve evidence in its most virgin state.
Yes. But the
So-
one thing, because it's getting confusing now, the one thing that you have to understand is that once you press that video, sometimes it shows as it's recording, and I don't have control till later on to learn that it wasn't recording when I believe in fact that it was.
Well, in this interview, if you recall, in this interview, your testimony is that you learned very early on that it wasn't recording.
Yes.
Right? Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how many minutes lapsed before you determined that the video wasn't recording?
I don't recall how long it was.
Now, normally, even during the process, the early process of an interview, your sheriff, Sheriff G, right,
Yes.
who you admire, right,
Yes.
he has gone through the trouble of drafting some documents that are called waiver of your Miranda rights, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how many times you've used that document in order to prove that there was an actual waiver.
How many times have I used the document?
Yeah, gazillion, right?
I use it every time I interview somebody and the rights are ready.
Okay. And so, because it's that important of a document, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you pull out the waiver of Miranda when you went into that room with Mr. Keetley?
Yes.
You did.
Yes.
Do you know where that document's at?
Should be within the report.
Well, I'd like to see it.
I don't have the whole report with me. You give me a little time, I can try to get it.
We've got a little
I
time.
don't have it with me here.
You don't have it with you there.
No.
Okay, so we'll go on, and we'll give you some time.
Okay.
Okay, and then we'll see if we can find it, and then we'll talk about that document if it's
Okay.
there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now, you noticed that when Mr. Keetley came into District 4 that he was walking with a limp, correct?
I don't recall.
2852 through 2853 to 1120.
What was that again?
2852, 2853. Detective, is possibly a transcript of a hearing that you had before the Honorable Judge Sabella. Maybe that would recollection be refreshed, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, approach you on.
Yes, absolutely.
I want you to start here on page, starting at 11 through 25, and then going on through 1 through 14. Okay?
Yes, sir. You said from 11, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See, it's just, things get a little confusing because here he also says that he was already there when I got there. So it just gets confusing. I've been asked this question so many times, and it's been 12 and a half years. So just here on your transcript, it says he was already there. So sometimes it makes it difficult for me to answer you when recollection has been so far ago. It's been over 12 years.
Have you finished reading the sections,
Give me a
Lieutenant?
second. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection, Lieutenant? Did you notice the limp when he came?
And as you read it in there, the first thing that I said on that hearing was that I couldn't remember. There was some type of difference, but I don't recall.
But then you were shown the transcript,
Yes.
and that refreshed your recollection in that deposition, right?
In that deposition, she's asking me, and the first answer that I give her is, I couldn't remember. And then she kept asking, well, did you notice a limb? Did you notice a hand? And I said, okay, yes.
Okay. So your answer today is that yes, you noticed a limp.
What I'm saying today is that I don't remember exactly if he had a limp or not.
If that video would have been on, it'd be real easy, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you did notice that he had a handicap on his hand, right?
One of his hands.
One of his hands was handicapped, right?
He was injured. Yes.
Meaning that it was closed, right?
I don't remember if it was close. I know that there was some injuries to his hand.
Okay. And so you failed to ask him any questions concerning that disability in that room, correct?
Yes, I didn't ask him.
You knew from at least 3 of the witnesses, Jose Rodriguez, right? Daniel Beltran, Gonzalo Guevara, because you already had received the reports from those other officers that had interviewed Beltran and Gonzalo Guevara, right? You already knew that all 3 of them had said black pump action shotgun, right?
Yes, sir.
And does that weapon require 2 hands?
If there is a pump action shotgun, yes.
Well, just describe to the jury how you would shoot a pump action shotgun.
Any shotgun, you will have to have a handle of the weapon, and what the pump action is, that's how you expel any shell casings and feed another into it, just by the action of pumping the weapon. That's what will just recycle one round to the next.
Okay. And so noticing that Mr. Keetley had a disability in his hand, you never, and knowing that, at least according to the witnesses, it was a pump action shotgun, you never asked Mr. Keetley at all about the disability that he had to his hand.
No, sir.
Now, I don't want to leave the issue of this Miranda warnings document. I don't want to go too far afield from that. But can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether it was Mr. Keetley that read the document, or did you read the document?
I believe I read it to him.
Okay. And I would imagine, certainly, during that process, you would have had your recorder on, because it is such an important document to memorialize. Right? You had your recorder on. Is that what you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
No.
You didn't have your recorder on.
No, sir.
that was a pre-recorded conversation that you had with Mr. Keetley?
I'm not understanding the question.
Well, why wouldn't you have your recorder on when he is signing such an important document?
In anything that I tell you is going to be taken as I don't remember, or it's a guess on my part.
Well, we don't want you to guess, because
Yes, sir.
that's, you know, that's not proper in a courtroom, okay?
Right, I understand.
So you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Did you take out your phone and make sure that at the very least you could videotape that disability on his hand to memorialize it? I mean, you had a phone with you, right?
Yes, sir.
In 2010, phones allowed individuals to videotape things, right?
I don't recall if my phone did that or not.
You could have done that, right?
You're asking me if I could have taken out my phone and
Or anybody
videotaped.
else's phone.
I don't know that my phone was capable of videotape.
One of the things would have been good when he was signing, allegedly, that Miranda waiver. One of the things that would have been great for you is to notice whether he was signing with his right hand or his left hand. Which one was it?
I don't remember.
Do you know if Mr. Keetley was right-handed or left-handed before the robbery that had taken place?
I don't recall.
Now, while you were there, you told Mr. Keetley that he was going to get his vehicle back, right?
I think that, that there was mention that he was going to get it back, yes.
But that was not your testimony in 2014, was it?
I don't remember.
September 10th, 2014, page 68. Lines 3 through 17.
What lines, Councilman?
Page 68. They're starting from 3 to 17. Detective, do you think that deposition in September may refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Starts right there. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell him that?
Did I tell him what?
That he was going to get his vehicle back?
Yes.
Well, why would you tell him that he was going to get his vehicle back if at 9:10 that night his vehicle was already impounded?
The answer is simple. He got his vehicle back. If you want to ask me about when we were going to give him his vehicle back, that vehicle was being held and we were going to impound it for a search warrant. Was he going to get it back? Yes. That position they asked me, was he going to get his vehicle back? Yes. He never asked me, can I have my vehicle right now? That wasn't the question. That if he would have asked me that, I would have said, we're going to keep it, search warrant, then you get your vehicle back. So when you're asking me, was he going to get his vehicle back? Well, yes. And he did, in fact, got his vehicle back.
So what you're telling this jury is that you just told him at some point in time he was going to get his vehicle back.
That's not what I said either. What I'm saying is that when he asked me, I said, yes, you are going to get your vehicle back. That was the answer that I gave him.
Mr. Keetley was at District 4,
Yes,
driven there by your law enforcement officers,
yes.
right? No car, no wallet, no keys, and no phone, right?
Yes.
That's what you call being able to leave at any time. That's what you call it.
Yes.
You'd expect him to hitchhike back to his home?
No, just as we did, we took him back to his home.
He couldn't, didn't have any money to get a cab, right?
I don't know.
Did he have anything on his person when he was there?
I don't know, sir.
Now, Mr. Keetley told you that the night of this particular homicide, before 12 o'clock on the 24th, that he had been to a party at Parrish, correct?
Yes.
And that there were plenty of people there at that party that could verify his presence, right?
Yes.
And you followed that lead, right?
I went to the house, yes.
And it was true that Mr. Keetley was there at a party on the 24th, correct?
Yes, he was there at the party.
And Mr. Keetley also told you that he arrived home at about 12:30 that night, correct?
I don't remember the exact time, but I think so, 12:31 in the morning.
And you investigated that, correct?
Yes.
Could not refute that, correct?
I'm not understanding the question.
You couldn't refute the fact that he had been home by 12:30.
Yeah, no, I don't know what time he got home.
You also heard that Mr. Keetley had gotten a text at 2:30 in the morning.
No,
You never,
I don't know.
you don't remember a
No,
text
sir.
at 2:30 in the morning?
No, sir.
Had you if I could have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, actually, would this be a good point? It's about time or past time, actually, since we started early for our
It'd be a
morning
perfect
break.
time.
All right, then.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, we're going to take our morning break. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves with anyone else. Do not do any research related to the case. And please avoid any reports of the case outside of the courtroom. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited the room. Everyone may be seated. Lieutenant, you may step down and enjoy the break. Same as yesterday. You're still on the stand, so do not discuss your testimony with anyone. And we'll ask you to be back in 20 minutes. Not sure the jury will be ready for us in 20 minutes, but we'll wait until they're ready and bring them back out. Mr. Escobar, any idea approximately how much longer?
Judge, it's probably going to go even after lunch. I can tell you, I'm looking at the rest of my, yeah, we've got a while.
Okay. All right, well, enjoy the break. I'll check back with you all in about 20 minutes. Not yet.
There was one in the bathroom and
All right, let's see. Let me just make sure. Ms. Escobar, are you ready? Is the state ready?
Yes, Judge.
All right, if they're ready, bring them in. All right. I think the jury's right outside the door. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
So let's go ahead and get the jury.
All rise, jury, entering courtroom.
The jury, welcome back. First question is, was anybody exposed to anything about this case, or did anybody discuss anything about this case during the break by show of hands? Thank you. Let the record reflect there are no hands. The other thing I want to let you know is it is exactly almost 11 o'clock right now. In keeping with my desire not to keep you in those seats for more than an hour and a half, give or take a few minutes, I've instructed Deputy Estea to order your pizza to be here at approximately 12:30. What he's going to do is let me know as soon as it gets here and is in the room, we'll take the break, the 45-minute lunch break. That way, if you want to grab your pizza and go, or you want to eat the pizza real quick and then enjoy the rest of the break by going outside, stretching your legs, getting fresh air, whatever you need, that's the plan. So we're going to go until he lets me know the pizza's in the room. All right, thank you. Are you ready?
I am.
You may proceed.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Lieutenant Lugo, I think we left off where you had indicated that Mr. Keetley had indicated to you that he had gotten home. This would have been, I guess, the wee early morning hours of the 25th, because he indicated to you he got home around 12:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this particular homicide, you've indicated occurred around the area of 2:22 in the morning.
Yes,
So
sir.
he would have gone home before this particular homicide, according to Mr. Keetley.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you verified that with various people that were there at this party in Parrish, correct?
I asked, yes.
Okay. And that was verified.
Yes, he was there.
And one of the individuals that you spoke to there at the party was a gal by the name of Lori Mathis. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Lori Mathis indicated to you that when she got home that night from the party, that she had texted Michael Keetley on his phone, correct?
Yes.
And so when she told you that, and she told you that it was around 2:30, she believes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so that was an important event for you because you wanted to obviously get the text message records from the cell phone company that would either corroborate or refute that, right?
Yes, sir.
But you never subpoenaed and never obtained the text message records from Mr. Keetley's phone.
I never did.
Now, Mr. Keetley is there. You're at District 4. You are questioning him, and he is wanting to know where his phone and his wallet and his personal things were, right?
I think he asked at some point.
And you told him that you were going to get those personal things back for him.
Yes, I think so.
And did you get those personal things back for him?
I don't remember if
Well,
they
you-
were given to him right away or not.
You didn't call the patrol officers that were back at the scene of the stop to have his wallet and his phone, or at least maybe some money or credit cards or anything brought back to him, correct?
No, I did not.
Now, from the inception of your interrogation of Mr. Keetley there at District 4, you told him that you both were going to, you and Detective Schramm were going to take over the investigation of his robbery. That's what you told him.
I think he was told that, yes.
No, and my question is, That's something that you told him
I don't recall if it was me or Detective Schramm that said that
in that room.
in that room.
Neither you nor Detective Schramm ever took over that robbery, correct?
No, sir.
Now, you have previously denied that either you and Detective Schramm ever told him that, correct?
I'm sorry?
You have previously denied that you and or Detective Schramm told him that you were going to take over the robbery investigation.
I never told him that. I don't think I did.
Lines, page 94.
What date?
That is the September 8th, 2014 sworn deposition. Line 16 through 22. Actually, through 24.
What page is it?
You can actually go through 25. Detective, remember being questioned under oath on that date?
Yes, sir.
And you remember being asked to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You remember the following questions and answers. Michael Keetley was told by you and Detective Schramm that before the interview started, or at least at the beginning of the interview of Michael Keetley, that you and Detective Schramm were the new detectives working to solve his robbery and shooting his case. You remember that?
I remember that, yes.
And your answer was, well, I never told him that. Question, you never told him that. Answer, no, sir. Question, did you ever hear anybody else tell him that? Answer, no, sir. No, excuse me, no, not that I know of, sir. Question, well, if anybody told him, that would not be true, correct? Answer, yes, that would not be true. Question, because to your knowledge, Detective Schramm was never handled or took or done anything in reference to Michael Keetley's shooting and robbery case of January 23, 2010. That's what the question says. You say that's correct. Question, okay, if somebody told him that, that would not be true at all then. Your answer, if somebody told him that, yes, that would not be accurate. So which one is it, Detective? What you told this jury today, or what you told this jury back in 2014?
Rephrase the question.
Detective, when you were answering those questions in 2014, were you telling that lawyer the truth under oath?
I was telling that lawyer the truth, and I'm telling you the truth. Because the question that it was said is that did we tell him that we were the new detectives that were going to take over that robbery? That never happened. Was it mentioned during that interview, and we can go to the transcript, that I believe Detective Schramm at some point says we are going to take over that investigation? Was I there when that happened? Yes. And my intention was to in fact look into that case. But later on was decided that no, I couldn't do that because of the conflict between one case or another. So those are the facts. So when I answer that question, they're asking me about, you read the question there.
I
All
did.
those things? No, that never happened.
Okay. The interview there at District 4 is completed, and now Mr. Keetley is outside on a bench of District 4, right?
I believe so, yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how long he was there on that bench that night?
I'm not sure.
Mr. Keetley's physical disabilities that you witnessed yourself that day in District 4 were important to you in this case, were they not?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This has been asked and answered.
Hold on.
Sustain.
Judge, if I may have, I can tell you where I'm going. There's two questions that.
Okay, well, that's already been asked and answered, so you could move on from that. He's answered that question.
Did you ever subpoena any of the medical records of Mr. Keetley?
No, sir.
Have you ever reviewed any of the medical records of Mr. Keetley that were turned over to the state attorney's office?
No, I did not.
Did you ever speak to any doctors that ever treated Mr. Keetley for his disabilities?
No, sir.
Did you ever review any transcripts of any doctors that treated Mr. Keetley for his disabilities?
No, sir.
Okay. GPS tracking of Mr. Keetley's vehicles. After that interview, there was some request by you, correct, of other detectives for them to apply for GPS tracking of the vehicles, correct?
Incorrect. I never asked for that.
Did you know that it was happening?
I didn't know that it was happening. I learned later on that it happened.
So you never asked Detective Gregory Thomas to make application for a GPS tracking device on 3 of the Keetley vehicles?
No, I didn't.
Okay. But you certainly knew that the records were being obtained, meaning the GPS tracker provides records, right?
Yes.
Okay. And would you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happens? Tell me how it's captured, the GPS tracking records for those 3 vehicles.
How is it captured?
Yeah. The apparatus is put on a car, right?
Yeah, if you're tracking a vehicle and you have an order that allows you to do that, you can put a GPS tracker on that vehicle. And it used to be magnets, now they're a lot smaller. I don't know what was used back then.
And then you get records to see where the vehicles
Where
have
the
been.
vehicle went.
You get like a
Yes.
report, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where's that report?
I'm not sure.
You want to take a look and see if you got that report?
I haven't seen it.
You attempted to look for that report, and it's nowhere to be found, correct?
I never seen it.
You attempted to find that report, and it is nowhere to be found, correct?
I never seen it, so no, I never seen it.
Did you ever try to find that report?
No, sir.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
back to that question. Did you attempt to look for those GPS records?
I don't know. I never seen them. That was my answer. I never seen them, so
It's not whether you've seen them. My question is, did you attempt to look for them?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would a deposition that is listed at 1/28/2015, lines 110, would that refresh your recollection, maybe?
Maybe yes.
Okay.
Just this page?
Yeah. Does that refresh your recollection now?
Man, that's difficult. Yes and no.
Okay. Well, we'll take both of them. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let's take the yes. Is it true that you tried to look for those GPS records?
Yes,
And is it true that you did not find those GPS records?
that's correct.
Does not necessarily mean that they don't exist. You just didn't find them yourself.
I don't know if they exist or not.
Okay. And what you're telling us is that whether you found them or whether you didn't find them, you never read them.
I never read them.
Okay. Now, eventually Mr. Keetley is taken to his home there on Bonita Drive, correct?
Yes, sir.
But he is kept outside the home, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Schramm is with him, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, you knew that you did not get along with Mr. Keetley during that District 4 interview, correct?
I thought we got along just fine.
He didn't tell you that he didn't believe what you were telling him?
I don't recall that.
Did, in that interview, before it was recorded, did you ever tell Mr. Keetley that you had phone records that put him at the scene of the murder?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you didn't tell him that is because if you tell him that, and he was at home, he's not going to believe you, right?
I didn't tell him that, but I don't know why I didn't tell him that. You're asking me why I didn't tell him that.
It's not good to lie to individuals that you're interviewing in a homicide investigation, especially someone that you think may have committed the homicide, right?
Not good to lie. Everybody has different tactics on interviews. Some people at times bluff. I don't like to bluff. I like to tell you what I have and move on.
What about Detective Schramm? Does he like to bluff?
I don't know, sir.
Well, if you bluff and you're wrong, Mr. Keetley may pick up on that bluff and say, I'm not about to to do anything and say anything to these people because they're trying to frame me, right? That's a risk when you're in an interview. You got to be careful what you say.
Yes, on an interview, you have to be careful what you say.
Because if the person that you're interviewing doesn't trust you, that's a problem, right?
Yes.
And you've had a lot of experience with individuals that you interviewed that didn't trust you, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you ever had people that you interviewed that you thought were a suspect in the homicide that didn't trust you?
I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know when somebody don't want to talk to me, and I understand that. But how would I know when somebody just don't trust me unless they tell me? So you're asking me to...
So nobody's ever told you, Detective Lugo, I don't trust what you're telling me.
Right, no.
Never.
No.
In all the years that you interviewed people that you suspected of a homicide.
Yes.
Okay, so now Mr. Keetley is outside his home. He's not allowed inside his home, right?
No.
And you and I have been through a lot of these search warrants before, right? You've had tons of search warrants,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes.
And sometimes when the owners of those homes need to go into the restroom, they go escorted with a police officer into the home.
It depends the type of case.
But you've witnessed that, right?
Yes.
In fact, you've allowed that, right?
In other cases, yes.
And Mr. Keetley is outside of his home and he's asking for his medication that's on the kitchen table, correct?
Yes.
And you and Detective Schramm are not allowing anybody, I'm not talking about Mr. Keetley, anybody to go in that home to get his medication.
I'm not sure what Detective Schramm is doing. I wasn't going to let nobody in the house.
Even if they needed their medication.
Yeah, nobody was going in.
But what was the problem with a detective going in with the permission of Mr. Keetley and saying, let's go get these bottles, let's read them to make sure that they are prescription medication for Mr. Keetley, and he is an adult, right?
Yes.
And give him those medications that he is supposed to take. Was that a problem in your investigation? And if so, tell me how that's a problem.
The only issue that I will have with that is that then I gotta sit back and say, oh, I allow somebody into the scene when he was secured before we had a search warrant. So on every homicide that I ever worked, we don't do that. Have I had search warrants during when I was in the gang unit for drugs, for things like that? Yes, we have done that in the past. We allowed somebody to come in and go in and use the restroom or get something outside of the house in different cases. In homicide cases, we don't let people in. It's secure until we have the paper and that we can search and memorialize everything through pictures.
Now, search warrant comes at about what time?
I don't remember the exact.
After midnight? Okay. And so that means that Mr. Keetley has been out of his home, without his car, without his wallet, without any of his personal belongings from about before 9, because the car was impounded at 9:10, right? The vehicle.
Okay. Yes.
So before 9 o'clock,
Yes, sir.
he has none of that.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I think it has been. I'll sustain that. Let's move on.
Okay, and so the search warrant comes, and now you're going to go in with the search warrant, and you're going to do, you thought you were going to do a full search, but you really decided somewhere in between that you're going to just do a preliminary one, right? And come back the next day.
Yes, sir.
While they're getting me some photos that I need for that. The process that takes place when doing a search warrant is that you are going to first allow your crime scene technicians to go in, right?
Yes.
And capture everything that was in the home, where it was positioned within the home, in its most virgin state, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's very critical in these particular investigations, right?
Yes, that's
You
the-
certainly don't want detectives in there moving things around, opening things, doing all those kinds of things.
Objection, asked and answered.
Yeah, I think we've gone over this before. It's the same, I think.
I think there's another witness, but that's fine. You recognize that was done here, right?
Yes, sir.
Meaning, crime scene went in and took pictures, right?
Yes.
And after the pictures are taken is when you all are allowed then to go in.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you can go ahead and you can start searching for things, seizing things, inventorying things, doing all those things that take place during the search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
But before you start doing that, you yourself, you go in and you start looking around because you want to see what's there, right?
Yes, we walked in with crime scene after they photographed.
And one of the things that clearly you saw almost immediately is you saw there was a hospital bed
Yes,
downstairs,
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't really a bedroom, but had been made into a makeshift bedroom with this hospital bed there, right?
Yeah, there was a position bed.
Okay. And you went upstairs as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was no hospital bed upstairs, correct?
No, sir. I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall a hospital bed upstairs.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 106.
Just make sure that's already been entered.
It has.
It is.
And see if you recognize that particular exhibit.
You can sit down your closer.
Yes, sir.
If you want to get down closer, go right ahead,
It's just
Lieutenant.
clear. It's just clear. I'm good.
But if you come over here, you have a front view that will help you focus on what was there. Don't leave, because I'm going to show you another one, okay?
Okay.
Objection, can we approach?
Now, Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 105. See that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On both of those pictures, correct me if I'm wrong, you actually saw not only a computer, but you saw a little apparatus that was attached to the computer. I'm going to point to it with my finger. You see it?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. You saw both of those items when you first went into this home and looked around, right?
I don't recall if I saw those two items or not.
Well, do you know what that item is that was attached to the computer?
I know that is a hotspot.
You knew back in 2010 it was a hotspot.
No, sir, I did not.
You did not.
No, sir.
Well, when you certainly asked that big would be seized, right?
I know the computer was seized. I never realized the hotspot was with it.
Okay, you can take your stand. So you certainly said, hey, we need to seize that computer, right? Right?
I don't know that I told anybody to seize the computer. I know that we took the computer.
Okay. And so you took the computer, but before you do anything more with a computer, you have to apply for a search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you one more picture just to make sure that this one we may be able to zero in a little bit more on the hot spot. See the hot spot there?
The one on top, yes, sir.
Right? Okay. And so you now have to have an officer, detective, draft a search warrant to allow you all to actually do what's called mirror image the hard drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that detective was a detective by the name of Gregory Thomas, correct?
I don't remember exactly who it was, but one of them did.
Okay. And you remember talking to Gregory Thomas, correct?
When? Can you tell me?
Before the search warrant was drafted.
I don't recall talking to him before the search warrant was.
Well, wasn't it you that gave Detective Gregory Thomas the information to put in the application for search warrant?
I don't recall if I did or if someone else did. I
Okay.
don't recall.
But if you did, certainly whatever information you give Detective Thomas has to be truthful. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Because that application to a judge is made under oath.
Yes, sir.
And Detective Gregory Thomas is taking the oath based upon information that is being given to him, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, if Detective Thomas doesn't say the truth in that document, it's a bad thing, right?
It could be, yes.
Now, tell me if this is true or not true, okay? I'm going to read you your little paragraph here. During the execution of a search warrant upon Michael Keetley's residence on November 27, 2010, items pertaining to internet research / intelligence gathering on the victims was observed. Paper documents downloaded from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office public website were observed, containing pictures and photographs of the victims.
Objection.
This again to you, it's been a
Please.
while. Okay. During the execution of a search warrant upon Michael Keetley's residence on November 27th, 2010. Remember, this is the search warrant for the computer. This one here, okay?
Yes.
And your other search warrant was for recovering everything, right?
Okay.
And you remember you just testified before the jury that after you actually seized the computer, you still needed another warrant to be able to go in and image the hard drive, right?
That's correct.
And so in an application for search warrant, you're giving a judge facts, right? In order to support the judge saying, okay, you can go into the computer, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so this paragraph. During the execution of a search warrant upon Michael Keetley's residence on November 27, 2010, items pertaining to internet research/intelligence gathering on the victims was observed. Paper documents downloaded from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office public website were observed, containing pictures and photographs of the victims. You agree that's not true?
That's not true.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the search of the property. The next morning, you all decide, the original search of the property. That morning, you decide, because it was early morning, right? 1, 2 o'clock, whatever time, right? The search warrant got there.
Yes, sir.
You all decide, hey, we're going to bank this, we're going to do it tomorrow morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Later on that morning,
Yes, sir.
where everybody's fresh, can go home, get a few eye winks, and come back, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you come back at what time?
I don't recall at what time.
It's daylight hours,
It's daylight hours.
right? And so you're walking the property and you're in the house and you're doing all those things along with everybody else, right?
At some point, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Did you walk the property?
The whole property, no.
Did you walk the area around the house?
I believe so, yes.
Did you see any MG or Alfa Romeo vehicle or any small import vehicle with bullets ridden through it there on that property?
No.
Did you see a vehicle that had some bullet holes?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it.
No, sir.
Okay. And so, how long were you there, would you say, in the search of that property?
I don't remember if that morning when they were searching, if I was there the whole time or if I left for an interview or something. I don't recall.
Okay. You certainly didn't see anything in the house that had a black shirt with gold lettering or white lettering that said sheriff, right? You didn't see that.
No, I did not.
You had noticed, I believe, and it may have been even the night that the search warrant arrived, that there was a composition book in the home, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted that seized, right?
Yes, at some point, yes.
Because I believe you testified that that composition book had the name Omar Balon.
I think he had the last name.
Balon.
He may not have had Omar.
And it had the correct address, right?
Yes, sir.
Which was not 604 Ocean Mills, correct?
It's not.
And you wanted to try to make sure that you got fingerprints on that composition book, right?
I did, yes.
And getting those fingerprints were important to you, right?
Yes.
And you got those fingerprints, right?
I believe so, yes.
And the fingerprints were of Michael Keetley, correct?
I believe so.
Was it important to you which hand the fingerprints came from?
No, I guess I never even thought about it.
Well, think about it now.
I don't know.
Well, if the fingerprints are of his left hand, could that be because his right hand has a disability that looks like this?
A fingerprint wouldn't tell me that.
Well, it would tell you certainly that he's using his left hand, right?
Yes, he would say that.
You also had fingerprints taken of his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you found a fingerprint of Mr. Keetley in his own vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what hand it was?
I don't know.
Would that be important to you?
Today, yes.
Would you be surprised if that was also a left-hand fingerprint?
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
Did you find any fingerprints of Michael Keetley using his right hand?
No, that I know of. I don't know.
Now, you came to know a gentleman by the name of David Beckwith, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you knew that David Beckwith lived with Larry Beckwith, correct?
I don't know who he lived with.
Well, did you know Larry Beckwith?
I don't know who Larry Beckwith is.
You don't.
No, sir.
Can we let's pull up the... Daniel, you have it here. Okay. While we're waiting for that, I'll ask you for some other questions.
Okay.
I want to go back just briefly to touch upon this subject because I'm not clear on it, and I want you to enlighten us on this. You said that Omar Balan's girlfriend had a last name of Jaramillo.
That's what I believe it was.
Is that correct?
Dina Jaramillo, something like that.
And she had a child, correct?
Yes, she had. I don't remember. I don't remember exactly if she did or not.
Okay. Did she have a previous boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you there at that interview that she had a previous boyfriend?
Yes.
And that previous boyfriend was in prison?
Yes.
And you chased down a lead to see if his boyfriend, her boyfriend, had anything to do with the homicide of this case, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did Ms. Jaramillo tell you that her boyfriend in prison was upset over the fact that his baby was living with her and Mr. Balan?
I don't remember exactly what she told me about. I know that was something that we looked into. We looked into this guy that's been in prison.
Okay, and so how you looked into that is you actually got some phone records, correct?
Yeah, I had somebody pull the phone records.
Did you ever listen to those phone records?
No, I did not.
Did you ever interview this gentleman by the name of Andres Gonzalez?
No, sir, I did not.
Other than what you've told this jury, you did nothing with that lead?
No, sir.
Now, when you were walking that property, the Keetley property, you realized that this was in a rural area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized that there were some areas where individuals from that home would burn their garbage, correct?
Did I learn that by walking the property?
Yeah.
Not by walking the property.
Well, did you know that people in the rural communities actually do that? They burn their trash?
Yes, I do know that.
Okay. Did you see any trash cans there at the Keetley property?
I don't remember.
And so seeing burn pits or burn areas on the Keetley property would not have been unusual for you.
I guess not.
Now, having two witnesses to this homicide, Beltran and Gonzalo Guerrero, right? You wanted to now try to see if either of them could identify the shooter. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, you remember we talked about the standard operating procedures back some time ago, correct? It's defense exhibit number 12. Let me take that. Thank you, John.
I can see it from here. It's okay.
Yeah, but we need to have the receipt.
I don't know if they can see it or not.
You remember this document here, right?
Yes, sir.
122909, right?
Yes, sir.
These were the standard operating procedures.
Yes, sir.
And so you decide when you're showing Daniel Beltran the photo pack, you decide that it's going to be now you and Detective Schramm that are going to go. So, right?
At some point, yes.
And you decide.
Did you see the? Okay.
And you decide
Is that better? All right.
and you decide that you're going to violate these SOPs, right?
Violate?
Yeah, because now you and Schramm are going, and obviously you know who the suspect is, right?
Yes.
And Schramm knows who the suspect is, right?
Yes.
And there's no blind administrator that you're going to be using.
No.
And you could have called Sergeant Losat, right, and said, hey, Sarge, just like you did before, right? Hey, Sarge, can you get me a blind administrator for this photo pack?
Yes, I could have.
You didn't do that.
No, I did not.
You didn't call Corporal Bowman and say, hey, Corporal Bowman, can you get me a blind administrator for this photo pack?
No, I didn't.
You totally disregarded this SOP that had been in effect with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office since the year 2009. Right?
I did it myself, yes.
Despite knowing that the SOP itself warned you of the dangers of not using blind administration.
I did show the photo pack, yes.
Despite the fact that you knew of the dangers.
I knew there was some dangers, but we always known there's dangers to showing people photographs.
Oh. So are you telling this jury that even though research and your sheriff had gone through the extent of putting these SOPs together, that you are better than them?
No, sir. I never said that.
In fact, you weren't in this homicide division for too long when this investigation took place, right?
Yeah, 2 years and 5 months, I believe. At that
And in
time.
2009, you had just gone to your first 2 homicide courses, right?
Yes, sir.
And you used the same photo pack that was used on the Jose Rodriguez. Not the actual same one, but the same pictures, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you've told us before that you don't even know if any supervisor, as the SOPs require, You don't even know whether a supervisor even approved that photo pack presentation, correct?
No, I couldn't tell you if somebody did.
You don't know, and you can't tell this jury who actually did the selections for these photos, could you?
No, I do not know.
And you agree that whoever would do the selection of the photos needs to be very cautious, as the SOPs indicate, right?
Yes, sir.
Very cautious.
Yes.
So if you don't know who actually selected the photos, how do you know that whoever selected them was being very cautious?
That will be an assumption.
Assumption in the criminal justice system is very dangerous. You would agree with me?
Yes.
That was one of the pictures, right? Excuse me, I'm going to go the other way. That was one of the pictures, right?
Yes, sir.
That was another picture, right?
Yes, sir.
Does that guy look Hispanic to you?
Could be.
Did anybody in this case indicate to you that it was a Hispanic man that was the shooter in this case?
No, sir.
That was another picture?
Yes, sir.
That was another picture?
Yes, sir.
That was another picture?
Yes, sir.
And that was another picture, right?
Yes, sir.
That guy looks anywhere between 250 and 280 pounds to you?
I don't know.
If he does, he's going to have a lot of weight down here, right?
Yes.
It's a good idea when you're selecting these photos, which you have the ability to do, to find out what their weight is before you're selecting them, right?
Yes, I think that would help.
That would help, right?
Yes.
And certainly you're telling this jury that if you had selected these pictures, that is a criteria that you would have used in order to select pictures that would fairly compare to that of what the witnesses were saying, right?
Yes.
Because they're all pretty consistent. 6'1", 6'2", 250 to 280, right? Brownish orange hair, right?
I was never told 250 to 280.
You found out later that it was, right?
I found out later that somebody claimed that.
Well, not somebody. I'm talking about all three, 6'1", 6'2", 250 to 280.
I was never told 250 to 280 by any of them or anybody that interviewed them.
Really? Well, did you take a look at who was the detective that interviewed Gonzalez Rivera? Detective Tom Dirks.
Tom Dirks went to the hospital.
Right?
Yes.
And Tom Dirks actually wrote a report.
Yes.
And he wrote a report that night, right?
I don't know when he wrote his report.
Well, if you know that these detectives are going to the hospital, these officers are going to the hospital
Yes,
to
sir.
interview individuals that are in the hospital that are victims of this shooting, you would want to get on your computer and you'd want to find those reports to see what they're saying those injured parties are describing the shooter, right? You want to see that.
when Detective Dirks went to the hospital, the idea was that as soon as he knows, he let us know. So I learned at the scene based on the interviews that he did, and I got provided a description of what he just learned. So reports that night that I'm looking for, that never happened.
So you never looked, even back in 2010, reports were submitted to a computer system within the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, right?
Yes.
And you would have access to those reports from your computer.
Yes.
There were computers in 2010, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you could access anybody's report because when they're writing reports, they're writing them on their computer, right? They're typewritten in the computer.
I believe so, yes.
And they're submitted to the agency, right?
Yes.
And then you have access to all of that.
Yes, I do.
And then you're able to determine what that description was.
Yes.
The long and the short is that Daniel Beltran, when you presented this photo pack to him, did not select the shooter.
That's correct.
Did you call Sergeant Losack and tell him, Sarge, either before or after, Sarge, just want to let you know I'm going to violate these SOPs and Detective Schramm and I are going to go do it on our own. Did you tell Sergeant Losack, who is now Colonel Losack, that?
Colonel Losa, I don't remember talking to him at all during this case. Who I do remember is, it was my corporal, who's now a major, Corporal Bowman. The morning that I went to show the photo pack to Beltran, I also went to the hospital to see Gonzalo. Okay? They knew, my supervisors knew, that me and Schramm were going to show this photo pack.
Did you have a conversation with either Corporal Bowman or Sergeant Losack that you were going to violate the standard operating procedures in showing these photos?
Did I have a conversation with either one of them that I was going to violate the SOPs?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
You merely told them that those photographs were going to be shown.
Yes, that I was going to show them. That I was going to show the photograph.
That you were going to show them, or
Yes.
they were going to be shown.
No, that I was going to show
That
them.
you were going to show them.
Yes.
Two witnesses down. No identification. You've got one left.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct?
Yes.
One left. And who is that?
That's Gonzalo Guevara.
Okay. Detective, before going to the hospital to present a photo pack to Gonzalo Rivera, you're worried, right? Because you've only got one witness left.
Am I worried?
Yeah, you're worried because you want to get an identification, right?
The photo pack is going to be shown. The outcome of that photo pack doesn't really matter to me. The worries that I had, it wasn't about the identification. The worries that I had was about that text message going around. That was my concern, and his medical condition.
Okay, so let's talk about your worry concerning the text message.
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, other than telling Jose Rodriguez and Juan Hernandez prior to going to the hospital, that you didn't want them to show those photos and that text message to Gonzalo Rivera. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what else you did in an effort to prevent that Gonzalo Rivera was not going to have access to the photo or the text.
What did I do, or what did I
I want to know what you did besides telling Jose Rodriguez and Juan Hernandez, don't show that to Gonzalo. I'm going to go to the hospital to show a photo pack to him. Other than making that statement that you made on November the 26th of 2010, please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what else you did to prevent a contamination at the hospital.
Nothing else.
Okay, and so now you actually go. I know that the prosecution was talking to you about, I believe it was November the 10th.
November 30th, I believe.
30th, excuse me.
Yes.
November 30th, about going to the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
But you actually went before that day, right?
I think I went before to check on him, yes.
Exactly. Okay. And do you know what date you went?
I don't remember.
Is there anything in your report that could refresh your recollection concerning the date that you went?
I don't think so.
Well, try. I mean, we're here. We've got a little time. Detective, do you think maybe a deposition would refresh your recollection on that point?
Sure.
I don't want to keep you. If you're getting somewhere, let me know.
No, go ahead. If you have something from Depot.
Okay. January 27, 2016, page 152. Lines 1 through 5. May I approach your honor?
Yes, absolutely.
Detective, I'm going to show you a deposition to hopefully refresh your recollection.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you the date of that deposition. Actually, there was a hearing. Okay? You got the hearing date right there. February 27, 2016. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'd like you to, you can start if you want to, on page 151, because there's a question. Okay? And you can see if that refreshes your recollection. That refresh your recollection, Detective?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
Do you know what day before November the 30th that you went to the hospital to chat with Gonzalo Bori?
Yeah, no, I don't know the date.
And do you know the reason why you don't know the date?
I never wrote it down.
You never documented your visit to the hospital when you went to go see Gonzalo Rivera the first time.
Yes.
It's important to document your events in your report, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you didn't document this important event that you were going to go and visit your last alleged eyewitness to this murder?
I know that at some point I talked to his sister, Gilma, which I don't recall the day. It was the attempt to make sure nobody showed him a picture. So as I sit here today, I cannot remember ever seeing Gonzalo while he was in a coma. He was in a coma at some point, so I couldn't talk to him. I have to wait until he was awake. So as I'm here today, I don't remember ever seeing him on a coma. So at times when I recall the conversation with Gilma Guevara, I want to say that I talked to her on the phone, not at the hospital. On a hearing in 2016, we're talking about did I go to the hospital and talk to her? And the answer comes out yes, that I talked to her in reference to that. I never saw him.
So you go to the hospital Sunday before November the 30th, and you met with not only Mr. Rivera's family, but you also met with Mr. Beltran's family, right?
No, I didn't meet with Beltran's family.
We're still on that same page. I'm going to ask you if you remember this question and answer.
Okay.
Question. Had you been to St. Joseph's before the 30th for any reason regarding the case? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, okay. Why had you gone before then? Answer, I went to go check on the victims on the case. Question, okay. And when you went to check on the victims, I believe Mr. Cantu and Mr. Rivera were the two that were at St. Joseph's Hospital. Am I correct? Your answer, yes, ma'am. Okay, and did you meet with their family members? Answer, I believe I met with, yes, with both of their families. Did you discuss anything about the investigation at that time?
Objection, Your Honor. He asked about Beltran, not Mr. Cantu.
Was sustained.
Was it Mr. Cantu instead of Mr. Beltran?
That's what he says right there, sir.
Okay, so you met with the families of Mr. Rivera and Mr. Cantu.
I remember speaking with Mr. Guevara's sister. I don't remember speaking to Cantu's family.
But this is what you said under oath in 2016, right?
Yes, sir. That's what he says there.
Do you think that your recollection would have been better in 2016 than what it is today?
I guess 2016, 2023, in reference to 2020, there's some things that I could remember better back then, and most of them remember better back then. Now, there's a lot of reading that I have done in the case, so there's some things that come back, So I would say that yes, if it's just based on recollection.
So, do you remember specifically what you told either of these families that were there at St. Joseph's Hospital?
I remember talking to Ms. Guevara and telling her not to let anyone show on that picture.
Well, wait a
I don't-
minute. Let me ask you that question. That picture, you mean the picture that we're talking
That
about?
picture that was going around in
And
reference
the
to
text.
the text messages.
Okay.
Yes.
So, did you ask one important question to Mrs. Guevara? Mrs. Guevara, did you get the text or the photo?
I don't recall if I did or not.
That would have been an important question, right? Right?
That would have been, yes.
Because she's there at the hospital with Gonzalo Guevara, right?
Yes.
And you certainly don't want even her to have access to that photo or that text message, right?
I don't want nobody to show him that photo.
Because of the contamination issue.
That's correct.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection, the deposition, as to whether or not you even asked her if she had the picture? That would help you think?
I think
Objection. This has been asked and answered.
He said he doesn't remember, Judge. It's proper, refreshing recollection.
If he doesn't remember, then if he says that he thinks the depo will refresh his recollection, you can show it to
You
him.
think the depot would help you?
yeah, let me see it.
It's on 151, and it's going from lines 10 to 23. You want to read from here to 23? To 10. See it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What page?
151.
Does that refresh your recollection, Detective?
Yes, sir.
And your recollection now is that you never asked her, right?
Based on that deposition, seems like that I did ask her at some point if she had that. Is that what I just read?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay. Did you ask her whether she had received that picture?
Don't read it out loud.
Sorry.
And don't testify.
Okay, yes. Something that I told you earlier. I didn't ask.
You did not ask her.
Okay, that's correct. And you didn't ask, that's correct.
You did not ask her
Um,
whether she had that picture.
So that's what it says right there. I want to say that I had a conversation with her on the phone. I don't recall if I told her about the picture. What I was saying is, don't let nobody show him that picture.
Well, how could you tell somebody, don't show him that picture, if you didn't ask her what the picture was?
That I didn't want anybody to show him any pictures, is what I'm talking about. Because I knew that picture was going around town.
So you're telling this jury that what you told her is, listen, I don't want you to allow anybody to show any pictures to Gonzalo Rivera.
Yes.
And that you never asked her about the particular picture that was floating all around Hillsborough County with a text message.
That's correct.
Okay. You go back now on the 30th of November to go visit again Gonzalo Rivera.
Yes.
And you're planning on showing the photo pack to Gonzalo.
Yes.
Now, when you went before the 30th, you told me on the 30th that you went with Detective Schramm.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether the day before, that we don't know what day it is, whether you went with Detective Schramm?
I don't recall.
So on November 30th, again, knowing that the SOPs require a particular procedure to be employed, it is now you and Detective Schramm that are going to again violate those SOPs.
Objection, asked and answered.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
You get there, you speak to hospital nurse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. She tells you, hey, look, he's been having hallucinations. I've been taking care of him all this time. Doesn't even recognize me. Right? That's what the nurse tells you.
I don't remember her saying that he wouldn't recognize her.
127:16, page 156. Do you think a deposition of that date would help refresh your recollection?
A deposition of what day?
It's the same date that we just went to. It's a hearing that took place on January 27th, 2016.
Is it a hearing or a deposition?
It's a hearing.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that can help.
Okay. 156. You can start probably around line 8.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And so this nurse tells you, does she not, that Mr. Guevara was having hallucinations the night before. That would have been the 29th, right?
Or early morning the 30th, yes.
And she says she's been caring for him ever since the beginning, and he did not even recognize her.
Yes, sir.
But that's not what you told this jury just a few seconds ago before.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained improper impeachment. Move on.
Your Honor, we can approach.
Certainly.
Now, you arrived at the hospital on that day around 12:11 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Guevara's sister was there on the 30th, correct?
I believe so, but I don't remember
Okay.
exactly if she was there. I know she wasn't there the second day.
Did you speak to her, Mr. Guevara's sister, about the hallucinations that Gonzalo was having?
No, I just explained to him that I wanted to show him some photos.
No, not him, her.
I don't remember if she was there or not, so I couldn't tell you if I explained it to her or not.
Do you think that if I showed you another transcript, that would refresh your recollection concerning whether the sister was there?
Well, this might be a good breaking point because the pizza is in the jury
Yes,
room.
sir.
So before we do a refreshing recollection, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I said 45 minutes. That puts us back at 1:10. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case and avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. All rise for the jury. Everyone may be seated. Lieutenant, you may step down and enjoy the lunch break. Same as all the last breaks, do not discuss the testimony unless both of the attorneys are present. I did direct at the bench Mr. Escobar and Ms. Doherty to go back. I apologize to the court reporter because it'll take up some of the lunch, hopefully not long. And if you don't have enough of a lunch break, Madam Court Reporter, you let me know and we'll go longer. But exact words of that question before the last approach, because the words are important. And I'm just instructing you to be careful what you say in your words and go back and let's see what it was.
Absolutely.
All right. Appreciate it. Have a good lunch. We'll be back at 1:10.
see.
What was the question, the last question that was objected to?
Do you want me to go on the record or look?
I'll let you look.
Okay. Okay, so I think this was the last, right here, where it's asterisk.
Danielle, is this my copy that just came, our copy, or is it for your office? I don't know what that is. I just came from your office. I guess it was your copy, this, we already have it. What are thoughts? I don't know what it is, I'm sorry, that I printed out, that's in color.
Okay. Tell me when you're...
Yes, sir.
All right. So I think what it was is, but that's not what you told this jury.
Right.
And when we came up, Miss Doherty, I think, was saying that you had said that he lied, and you were saying that he said that he didn't remember. So the actual is a little different than both of you were suggesting. That's not what you told this jury.
Well, what he told the jury was, I didn't remember. And that's not what he said once his memory was refreshed. That was my question. You didn't tell this jury this. No, you're right. I told him I didn't remember.
All right. Well, let's just be more. Let's be specific in the future. If it's he told him that he didn't remember, then let's not be overly dramatic that might suggest something else or could be misinterpreted. It can't be misinterpreted if it's specific. You just told this jury that you didn't remember is in actuality what happened. So I understand the flair and the drama and all of that, but let's just be more specific so that there's no opportunity for misunderstanding. Ms. Doherty, did you have something else related to that?
No, Your Honor, that's sufficient. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So,
And I'm ready on the refreshing recollection page.
right, that's where we broke
Yeah.
before. There was something that the witness indicated he didn't remember.
Right.
So you're going to refresh his recollection by showing him
and
something.
Before the jury comes in, Lieutenant, you know that was whether or not Mr. Guevara's sister was in the room on the 30th when you went.
First day that I went.
No, second day. The first day you haven't documented where you went. The 30th is the second day.
Okay.
All right. Want to check on him? Or?
Right, you need to repeat what's that was about.
2900, this is the 21120. And it starts right at the very bottom at 17 through 25. Judge, am I going to be allowed to at least refresh the recollection of the jury concerning that last question?
Sure. You can re-ask the question that
Okay.
he didn't remember,
Okay.
and then
Okay.
I suspect he's going to give you the same answer. I don't remember exactly what it was, the question, or how he responded, but you can suggest that we're going back to where we broke off and what the question was.
Okay. So lining up and one in the back.
Still what?
One in the back and the rest are lining up.
Okay. Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. Welcome back. I feel like I have to ask, how was the pizza? Good. Oh, wow, lots of thumbs up. I'm sure that the people at Palazzo's will be happy to hear that you enjoyed their pizza. All right, so let me ask, did anyone discuss the case amongst themselves or with anyone else, or was anyone exposed to anything about the case during the lunch break by show of hands? Excellent. Let the record reflect that there are no hands. We will now turn to Mr. Escobar to continue the cross-examination of the lieutenant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Lieutenant Lugo. Lieutenant, I think we left off with there was an issue as to whether or not Mr. Gonzalo Rivera's sister was in the room on the 30th of November, correct?
Yes,
And you had indicated that you were not sure whether or not she was in the room.
that's correct.
And I think we left off that if you would like to see a transcript of I'll tell you what it is, I believe it's a hearing that occurred on 2/11 of 2020.
Okay.
That maybe that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, sir.
2901, starting at line 17 through 25. You could start right here at line 17 with that question, and it'll take you to 25. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant? And was Mrs. Rivera there when you were there with Gonzalo Rivera on the 30th of November?
Yes, sir.
Now, you tell, this was the date that Gonzalo Rivera had been given some medication, correct?
And this is the day he was having hallucinations.
Just hallucination.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what medications he was given that day?
I don't know.
Okay. When you spoke to Gonzalo Rivera, did he appear to you to be alert?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And his sister is there with us in the room?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if any other family members are there as well?
No, all I remember is her.
You don't remember?
All I remember is her.
Okay. And so you tell him that day that you had some photos to show him, but that you were going to come back another day to do that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera tells you, I want to see the photos. Right?
Yes, sir.
And you tell him, no, I'm going to come back another day. Right?
That's correct.
There was no reason to tell Gonzalo Rivera that day that you had photos to show him, right? No reason. You weren't going to show him the photos. Why even tell him?
I don't know. But you did.
You agree that what you were doing was you were forecasting that, hey, you had some photos that you were going to show him in the future.
Yes.
And you knew at the time that you made that statement that the text messages and the photos were rampant, right? In
Yes.
Hillsborough County, all over the place.
Well, I knew they were around.
You didn't even know that day whether or not his sister, who was there in the room, had a copy of the photo or the text. You had no idea because you never asked her.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
You agree that victims of a crime, they want to help you solve the crime, right?
Most of the time.
You know that they view you as the lead detective as someone who has that authority to investigate case, right?
I guess yes.
And so now this statement that, hey, you're going to be showing the photograph in the future goes out to not only Gonzalo Rivera, but goes out to his sister as well. Because she was
Yes.
there.
Yes.
And you never asked Gonzalo Rivera that day as to whether he had seen any photographs or any text messages, did you?
I don't recall.
Even though you felt comfortable enough to tell him you were going to show him pictures, you don't recall whether you even asked him whether he had seen any pictures, huh?
Right now, I don't recall if I did or not.
Now, what you were aware of is that you were aware that Jose Rodriguez had visited Mr. Rivera during this time period, right?
I don't know if he had or not.
Would a transcript of a hearing possibly refresh your recollection on that?
Yes, please.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
That is at the hearing of January 11th, 2020. Lines 14 through 17. Detective, lines 14 through 17.
I need a page number.
Get the page.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2869. That'll be
You said right here to 17?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
So you were aware that Jose Rodriguez, the individual that had lied to you twice, had visited Gonzalo Rivera.
I was aware that Jose Rodriguez went to the hospital. I have never been aware if they spoke or if he got to see him.
And that was because you never asked.
I never asked.
And not only were you aware that Jose Rodriguez had been to the hospital during that time period, you were also aware that Juan Hernandez had been to the hospital during that same time period.
I don't know if he did or not.
Would a deposition, or excuse me, a hearing refresh your recollection concerning that issue?
Please.
Same page, 2869, starting on line 18, finishing on line 20. Line 18, line 20.
Okay.
Starts here. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And in refreshing your recollection, you're also aware that Juan Hernandez had gotten to visit him during this time period.
That he went to visit, yes.
Well, question. Juan Hernandez had gotten to visit him during that period of time.
Yes, he went to visit.
Do you think the went and gotten is a different meaning?
I think so, and what I'm not going to say is that I know that they met, because I don't know that. So my understanding is that he might have went there, that there was some people that went to see him, but I don't think they were allowed into the ICU room. It's what I know and what I remember.
Well, but you didn't ask anybody.
I didn't.
You've told us sure you've asked nobody whether they actually met.
I think I asked Bill Guevara if anybody had shown him a picture or seen him, and I think the answer was no, that nobody had access to him. And my understanding is in the ICU is only family members.
And friends, depending upon what the family allows.
My
Right.
understanding is that only family members are allowed to go into the ICU room. So that's what I remember as of right now. Did they go see him? People went to the hospital, as my understanding is. I don't know that anybody got inside and talked to him.
Well, but these were the two guys that on November the 26th, you said, don't go and show any photos or texts to Gonzalo Barrera.
Yes.
But they go to the hospital.
Yes, sir.
You still haven't asked Miss Rivera on that day whether she had seen the picture herself or even had the text, correct?
That's correct.
But you were still very concerned about contamination.
Yes, sir.
You're not asking these questions, but you're very concerned about contamination.
Yes, sir.
And so you leave that day, right? Go back to the office,
Yes, sir.
and your superiors are asking you, why don't we have that last photo presentation, right?
Yes, I was asked why I didn't show it.
When you went there on the 30th, I think we've gone over this, but I'll do it very quickly if we haven't. On the 30th, you take Shram with you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and again, you were not meeting.
This has been asked and answered.
Wait, hold on. You went there. This. System.
So now you go back and you're speaking to your supervisors. They want to know why you haven't shown this.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you decide you're going to go back the next day. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And what day would that have been?
That was on the 1st.
December 1st
Yes, sir.
of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you went on the 30th, did you have your recorder with you?
I believe so.
Did you turn on your recorder?
No, sir.
When you went back before the 30th, did you have your recorder with you?
Yes, sir.
Did you turn on your recorder?
No, sir.
You could have, on both of those occasions, if you wanted to, turned on your recorder,
Yes.
and we would have had a play-by-play from the minute you walked into the hospital to the minute that you left, everything that was said.
If I was recording, yes.
Okay. Now, on the 1st, you go back. This time, you don't even bring Detective Schramm with you.
That's correct. It was just me.
Just you.
Yes, sir.
Violating, again, the SOPs of the Hills.
Asked and answered, Judge.
Not on the 1st. We haven't even gotten there.
All right, if it's a different date, but
Different date.
as to including the conclusion that it's a violation, rephrase.
You went on the 1st without meeting the procedures outlined in the SOP, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you went by yourself.
Yes, sir.
But you went with a recorder.
Yes, I have my recorder.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you go and you meet with a nurse, correct?
I did.
Before you even go and see Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
And you become aware in speaking to that nurse that he is under morphine that
Yes.
day.
That she had given him some morphine, yes.
Okay. And she tells you how much morphine, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And did you ask her any questions concerning the effects that one would have while they're under the influence of morphine?
I think when I arrived there, the nurse saw me, and right away she says, he's doing much better. This is the same nurse from the day before. She says, I just gave him some medication, but he's fine. That's what I'm told.
Did you ask her what the effects would be of morphine?
No, I did not.
You would agree, would you not, that the drug morphine is a pretty powerful drug, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it can distort people's reality.
It could, I guess. I don't know.
It can affect how people perceive things.
It could, yes.
Did you see any visitation logs that day there at the hospital to see who had actually visited Mr. Guevara?
No, sir.
Did you ask to see any visitation logs?
No, sir, I did not.
And so you walk in that day to go and do a photo presentation by yourself to Gonzalo Rivera, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you went in there, did you ask Mr. Rivera, I'm under the understanding that Jose Rodriguez and Juan Hernandez may have come to visit you. Did you speak to them? Did you ask him that question?
I don't recall, no.
This was a visit where even his sister wasn't there, right?
Yeah, his sister wasn't there.
So it was just you and Gonzalo.
That's correct.
Did you ask him whether he had seen any text message or any photo from anybody before doing this photo presentation?
I think I did ask him if anybody had showed him any pictures. And I think that's also covered on his interview afterwards. It's been a while.
Okay, well, I have got that interview if at any point in time we need it, but I'll have to
Okay.
go fetch it, okay?
Okay.
You had the recorder with you, but you didn't turn it on.
No, I did not.
You go into the room and you do not turn the recorder on, despite the fact that you're the only one that's doing this photo presentation.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the photo array. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 191, which has been introduced into evidence already. Would you please take a look at it to make sure that this is the photo array that you presented on that day?
Yes, sir.
It is. Now, when you went there that day, where was Mr. Guevara at? Was he lying in a bed? Was he seated up? What was the circumstances?
He was lying in bed.
He was lying in bed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did he have anything, any table or anything in front of him? You know how sometimes in hospitals they have these things that move around you can eat. You know, it's like a little roller table or anything. Did he have anything like that on him or around him?
I don't remember.
Okay. And so you have instructions that you're supposed to read him.
Yes, sir.
But those instructions that you're reading him are not memorialized in a recording.
No, sir.
Okay. And those instructions, I'm going to show you part of this particular exhibit. Again, it is State's Exhibit number 191. And I'll get it zoomed in perfectly here in just a second. I'm going to push it up a tiny bit. Okay, so the top part of this document, whose writing is that?
That's myself. I did.
You did that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you have a particular pen that you use on a regular basis to do this?
A particular.
Yeah,
pen?
some people have pens that, you know, for whatever reason, they always have that one pen, you know, with them to write things down. Or do you just use whatever pens are available that morning when you go to the office?
Yeah, whatever pen I got.
Okay, and you keep multiple pens in your pocket during that period of time?
At least one.
Possibly two?
Could be. I have two on me right now.
I saw that. And so you then write that down. Do you write that in front of Gonzalo Rivera? We're talking about the top portion right now, and that's all.
I don't remember. I think so, but I don't remember.
You don't remember. Okay. Now, down below, it says Gonzalo Rivera, right?
Yes, sir.
And then it has a date and a time, right?
Yes,
And then it has an X there, right?
yes sir.
That's your X?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so tell me what portion of this bottom part you fill out.
I filled out the whole thing, but his signature.
Okay, so you filled out Gonzalo Rivera,
Yes.
the X, the date 12/01/10, 1537, right?
Yes, sir.
And 106936 with your signature.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All that was filled out. You just don't know where you filled it out, but you think that it was in the room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This particular section right here was left blank. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Because that is only filled out once the individual selects the numbered photo that you present.
That's correct.
Now you would agree the SOPs require you to actually number the back of the photos when you select them.
It requires the person that prepares the lineup to number those pictures in the back.
And if you're the presenter, it's your responsibility to make sure that the back of those photos are numbered before you show them. There's a significant reason why you number the back of the photos, right?
The reason for the numbers on the photos is for the sequence.
No, there's a reason why it's on the back of the photo, right? There's a reason why it's important to number them according to the SOPs on the back of the photos.
Okay, and I thought the reason was so the sequence, so you know the sequence.
So when you're showing, I think you did this in demonstrations to the jury earlier, you did this, right?
Yes.
And if the number's on the back, you know what number that is,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
There's a specific reasons why those procedures require you to do certain things in formulating an appropriate photo pack, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know who it was that actually drafted and formulated this series of 6 pictures?
No, I do not know, sir.
Do you know if these 6 pictures were approved by a supervisor?
I don't know.
You had changed the photo of Mr. Keetley from his Department of Motor Vehicles photo to another photo
Yes, it was switched. Yes.
at your request.
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you made that request of?
I don't remember who prepared the lineup.
Which means that you don't remember who you made the request.
No, sir.
And you would agree that you had no part whatsoever then in selecting the appropriate photos for this photo array.
That's correct.
And so this signature here that appears to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, appears to be from Gonzalo Rivera, where it says witness signature.
Yes, that's what he signed.
That was blank, but you had a X there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, do you go through the same process that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury earlier in, I believe, your direct examination as to how you present the photos to Gonzalo Rivera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Gonzalo Rivera lying in the bed?
He's lying in the bed, but his head is up, so he's kind of like sitting in bed.
So meaning that those hospital beds, they
Yes.
moved down. So you're saying that the hospital bed, the head of the hospital bed had been moved up?
That's it. Yes, sir.
Does he have anything in front of him now?
Not that I recall.
Not that okay. Do you know if he had any IVs or anything going on at that time? In his hands, his arms, anything?
I don't recall.
Okay. And so now you're going to do the photo presentation. However, you have no numbers on the back of the photos as is required by the SOPs.
No, there's no numbers.
And the numbers that appear on the front of the photos, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether these numbers are on the photos? Whoops. Sorry. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether these numbers that appear on the photos here, were they on the photos or not?
They were not. At the time that I showed it, is that what you're asking me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no, they were not.
They were not. So you must have numbered all the 6 photos at some point in time in the future of this presentation.
Yes.
Okay. And so you go again through each photo in the manner that you've indicated that you went through them. And I'm going to go through all photos just so that the jury can, and tell me if any of these photos are not photos that you presented to Mr. Rivera on December the 1st, 2010. You see the number there?
Yes, sir.
And that writing, you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, was not there at the time that this photo was presented.
The writing?
Yeah, you see there's writing at the very bottom. You see it?
Yes.
You're telling the jury that that writing was not on that photo when that photo was presented to Mr. Guevara.
That's correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Again, that number up at the top was not.
No, sir.
And that number was not either.
No, sir.
Nor was the Latin-looking guy, right?
The number 6 was not there.
Okay. You agreed that the number 6 now, person in the number 6 position looks like he's Latin.
Can I see the picture again?
Absolutely.
I don't know.
I think you indicated that the last time.
Said it, I guess it could be.
Okay. You and I are both Latin, right?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
I'll sustain as to relevance.
So, you indicated, I believe, on direct examination that when one of the photos was presented to Mr. Guevara, he said something to the effect that that's him.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did not have numbers on the back of the photo, correct?
No, sir.
But Mr. Guevara had indicated that it was photo number 4.
No, he never indicated that he was photo number 4.
So if he came before this jury and said that he picked the 4th picture that was presented to him, he would be wrong?
Yes, sir.
Well, going back to this document, which is the photo live lineup viewing instructions. Before we go to that, let me do one more thing.
Okay.
what has been marked and introduced into evidence as Defense Exhibit 13A. And I'm going to show you the 13A, and then I'm going to flip it, right? Remember talking about that document
Yes, sir.
before?
Yes.
I'm going to give you back States Exhibit 191 and see if you can locate a document called 13A in that photo pack that you had someone prepare.
No, sir. It's not there.
Why not?
When I showed the photo pack, I was provided this envelope.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
So, detective, you've got these photographs and you're presenting them one at a time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony is that Mr. Guevara, your testimony is that Mr. Guevara, when the third photograph was picked out, not the fourth, said that's him. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you finish giving him the other three.
Yes.
Okay. And so the sequence of events that you showed these photographs, are they memorialized on any document that you had with you?
That day, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't remember.
Okay. So if they weren't memorialized, they should have been. Meaning the sequence that you were showing the photographs, according to the SOPs, must be memorialized. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether you did that.
No, sir.
You're still in the room
Yes, sir.
with these documents now in your hand. Right?
Okay.
And you're going to now write numbers on the photos, correct?
I think the numbers, I don't do it till later.
Okay, so you don't do the numbers till later. But you got the documents now in your hand.
Yes.
And you have some forms to fill out, right? Because according to you, a identification has been made to the photo that was presented in the number 3 slot.
Yes.
So you got a form to fill out, and this is being done one after the other, right?
Yes, sir.
You're not presenting the photos and then having chit chat for 20 minutes and then coming back to the photos, right?
No, sir. It was right
1,
away.
2, you're getting things done, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you present this document again to Mr. Guevara?
Yes.
Okay, and so where is it that you present the document to him? What is he writing on? Because now there's going to have to be some writing by someone, right?
Yes, he got a sign.
Okay. The other information that you wrote on that document, meaning the top and the bottom, were you on something to write that down in the room, or?
I don't remember if that I wrote it before I got there or not. And then here I just had him sign, and I took the papers with me.
So what you're telling me that other than the witness signature and I have identified number, it is possible that you wrote that either at the hospital or somewhere else.
Yes, sir.
You don't have any recollection of where you wrote that, is what you're telling this jury.
Yes, sir.
And then you're telling this jury that once the selection process is completed, you're going to go and put in, I have identified number blank as the person I recognize.
Yes, sir.
Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so a number 4 is put in that particular blank.
Yes.
Who puts that number 4 there?
I did.
You did. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you've finished once Mr. Guevara signs it, right? So now you put that document in front of Mr. Guevara, right?
Yes.
And does he?
Hold on. After I put the number there?
After
or-
you put the 4.
No, the 4 I did that afterwards. Later. So all I did was give him the form and he signed it.
Why
Where I
would-
put the X.
Why would you put the 4? So you mean to tell me that Mr. Guevara signed this document with I have identified number in a blank?
It was blank, and he signed it.
So what is he signing then?
He's signing that he has made an identification. I know that is picture number 3, and it's also the picture that he signed.
What about Mr. Guevara? He's the one that is deciding which one he identified. And you're going to leave that blank for him to sign? That is certainly not part of the SOPs, right?
That was blank, and he signed the picture that he picked.
That was blank when he signed it.
Yes.
That is contrary to the procedures of the SOP.
I would say so, I guess. I don't know.
So after he signs this form, you've got the pictures in hand, right?
Yes, sir.
You got your envelope in hand, right?
Yes.
So now what do you do with the forms and the picture and the envelope?
I put everything back in the envelope, and I take it with me.
Okay, so you're still in the room, in the hospital room, right?
Yes, sir.
And you do this, put it back in, right? Just as you described to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Probably had an easier time than me, but right?
Yes, sir.
And so, what do you tell Mr. Rivera now?
I said, thank you. And
Thank you.
we sit down, and I do that interview with him recorded.
Okay. I want to go over one more spot that we left out.
Okay.
Okay? And that's picture number 3. You put that 3 sometime later on, right?
Yes, sir.
After you leave the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the writing there in the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when it is that that writing went on that area?
When I went back with the picture that he identified, I grabbed the picture, put an X, told him go ahead and sign it. And I handed it to him, and he signed.
Okay, so there are the name Gonzalo Rivera,
Yes, sir.
and then there's a mark or a form, depending upon, right?
Yes.
Depending upon who is speaking concerning that particular notation, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about that very important mark. Okay?
Okay.
We're going to leave it up here. See that right there?
Yes, sir.
You didn't write that for.
I did. That's an X.
January 27th, 2016. starting on page 197, lines 24 through 25, lines 1 through 6. Remember make sure, I believe it was a hearing. Yes, a hearing on January 27, 2016.
Okay.
Remember the following questions and answers. Question: do you see how the way that you write a number 4 looks the same as how Mr. Guevara writes the number 4? Your answer: yes, ma'am. Question: is that just a coincidence, or are you sure you didn't write the number 4 beside Gonzalo Guevara on this photograph? Answer: I'm sure he wrote that, not me. You were under oath back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that, right?
Yes, sir.
Page 190, same hearing. Line 16 through 25. Question: okay, can you see where a 4 was there? Answer: yes. And then somebody wrote over that 4, then number 3. Answer: yes, I did. Who wrote the 4 there? You did. You're talking about the form, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. They're referring to not that photograph.
Judge, it's the next question is specifically on that issue, but it's got to give us some context.
All right, let me hear it.
And what's on the photograph next to Mr. Guevara? Signature. A4. Okay, and who wrote the 4 there? Answer: I think he did or I did. I don't know. It's a 4.
No, that's an X, sir.
Well, but under oath back then, you said it was a 4. Simple yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Twelve, 10, 14, page 60, lines 10 through 16. Question: and he puts a number 4, meaning Mr. Guevara. Your answer: he put that there. That's his signature. That's where he signed. So I take it back and I said, where do you know this person from? Mr. Guevara wrote the number 4 in 2014, according to your testimony.
So, you want a yes or no answer?
Yes.
Or, based on that testimony, I was confused, so yes, that's what I said.
Page 57. Same deposition. Lines 7 through 13. Question. And then we look at that photograph that was presented to him, and it says 4 on the bottom. Do you see that? Bottom of the picture of Michael Keetley.
Okay.
Do you see that? You say yes. Question. And it says, is that your handwriting or Mr. Gravera's? That's Mr. Gravera's. Question. That's his signature on the identification form, but this is his signature on the photograph. Answer yes. Page 56. Lines 25. Question. And so you put down the number 4. That's on the other one. And so in this depot, we're talking about that particular 4 that's below the picture, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, in this 2014, which is closer to the date of the event, you were claiming that that number 4 was put on there by Mr. Guevara.
I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not sure because confusion. So I don't know if we were talking about one form or the other.
So it was because of confusion.
Yes, sir.
Lines 10 through 15.
What date?
That is the January 27th, 2016. This was a hearing. Question. After he does this, after you show him the photograph, he says what he says to you is when I think you told us that you have him sign it, and he signs it, and he puts the number 4 on it, right? Answer. Yes, ma'am. Remember saying that in 2016 under oath?
Yes, sir.
Many times you've said, number 1, that that's a 4, and number 2, that Mr. Guevara put the number 4 beside his signature, right?
There's confusion, yes.
And you didn't have the recorder on when this was taking place, correct?
When it was taking place?
Yeah, when this was taking place, when Mr. Guevara was signing a photo that you put in front of him, right?
Yes.
There wasn't a recorder going on.
No,
right?
it wasn't recorded.
And there wasn't a witness to what was taking place within that room.
No, sir.
So let's figure out what happens from here on out, okay? You now had gotten all of the forms and you put it in an envelope.
Yes, sir.
Am I right? Put it in the envelope. And so what do you tell Mr. Rivera?
I don't remember exactly, but then shortly after I sat down with him and did a report.
We're not talking about another day. We're talking
That's
about
it, the same day.
Okay. I'm talking about that moment. What did you tell him?
I don't remember.
You didn't memorialize your discussions with Mr. Rivera immediately following you putting these documents in your envelope.
I don't understand the question.
Meaning
What
you put the
mean?
documents in the envelope, right? And you had a short conversation with Mr. Rivera before you left.
I had a short conversation with him, and then I turned the recorder on, and we spoke.
Okay, so I'm trying to take you step by step. You
Okay.
You put it this In here, right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do next?
Then I sat down with him and did an interview.
Well, wait a minute. Had you figured that something was wrong with the documents as they were filled out?
No, sir.
You did not.
No.
Okay, and so now you have a conversation with Mr. Rivera. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you said in direct examination that when you first went into the room with Mr. Rivera, you asked him a series of questions.
I did.
And you asked him a series of questions to determine if Mr. Rivera was lucid.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you went, I think you indicated you went through almost 20 questions.
Yes, sir.
And all of those questions were open-ended questions, right?
I believe so, yes.
They weren't suggestive.
No,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
Because we've already talked about how dangerous it is to suggest to a witness what the answer should be,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, we spoke about that.
And so now you are going to turn on the recorder, you're telling us, right?
That's what I did, yes.
To go over those 20 questions all over again.
Yes,
And you do that.
I did that.
And those were all open-ended questions.
I believe so, yes.
Until you get to the question of which photo he picked out. Then you tell him, Mr. Rivera, you picked out photo number, what did you tell him?
3, I believe.
That's what you told him. Mr. Rivera, you picked out photo number 3. You told him that.
Yes.
You didn't tell him, Mr. Rivera, we just went through a photo selection. Can you please tell me which photo we picked out? You didn't tell him that.
No, I did not.
So the only question that had a suggestive answer was that one.
Yes.
And so now what happens?
Then I left.
Well, wait a minute. You still have a form. You still have a form that's blank.
There's some blank spots, yes.
No, there is a blank spot, period. Right? There's nothing in this area, as you've told the jury. There is nothing there. Nothing
Yes.
whatsoever. Blank.
Yes, sir.
And you leave with all the documents in that blank portion to your office. Right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And then you're supposed to put this in evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
As part of the process that takes place, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
is that what you did?
Yes, at some point I did, yes.
And so you go back to the office. Tell me what office you went to.
Falkenberg Road, that's where my office was.
That's your personal office.
That's where my office was with all the other detectives.
Okay. And so what did you do when you got to your office?
I don't remember if I went to the office directly or not.
Well, what did you do with this little item here?
That was with me.
Okay, well, okay. So whether you went to the office, whether you went to a restaurant, tell me what you did with this very important document that's blank right now.
That stayed with me.
Okay, but there appears magically, look, now there's a 4, and on top of the 4, a 3. How did that get there?
That didn't happen till later when I filled it out.
Okay, but I want to know, I'm taking you through your steps that day. I want you to tell me when it was you put the 4 there, and when it was, I guess, thereafter that you put the 3.
I don't remember.
Both of those numbers in that blank form are your numbers.
Yes.
Wesley Smith. You know that name, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You found out about Wesley Smith because his phone number appeared the morning after the homicide on Mr. Keetley's phone as being called but unanswered.
I know there's the numbers there. I don't remember if the call was answered, if that was a missed call. I know that it was from the record.
It was him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you see this number, and you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury during direct examination that you called him. You called Wesley, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted to meet with Wesley, right?
Yes, I wanted to talk to him.
And that was, did you call him on the 6th or did you call him on the same day of the 7th?
It's the same day that I met him.
The same day.
Yes.
So on the 7th, you meet him somewhere that he didn't live at, right?
That's correct.
In fact, you never went to his house,
I never went to the house he was moving out of.
the Domino one.
Yes.
And your recollection is that he had not moved out of there yet. He was moving out of there.
He was in the process, yes.
He was in the process.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so he wants to meet you at some boat ramp or something, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay. And so you meet Wesley Smith at a boat ramp, right?
Yes, sir.
To interview him.
Yes.
You never went to his machine shop, did you?
Machine shop, no.
Did you know the type of work that Wesley Smith would do as his occupation?
No, sir.
Did you ask him any questions concerning his occupation? You knew he was a machinist, right?
At some point I did. I just don't remember if I knew that day.
Well, let me ask you a question. Don't you want to find out as much as you can about an individual when you are interviewing them? Right? That's like, that's pretty basic in your business, right?
Yes.
I mean, you're going to want to find out where he works, what his employment is. You're going to want to find out all sorts of things to see that you can determine, at least from that interaction with him, whether he's being truthful or not to you.
You want to obtain information, yes.
Right? Because you're
Yes.
evaluating from beginning to end. You're evaluating,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're telling me that at no point in time did you ask him whether he was proficient in the modification of firearms.
No, I never asked him that.
And even as you sit here today, 12 years later, you have no idea that he had any proficiency in modifying weapons.
Yeah, no.
We're 12 years away, 13 years away from that date, and you still don't know.
That's correct.
And you've never asked him.
No, sir.
And you didn't know that he modified little parts for companies, for example, a firing pin. Correct?
Yeah, I don't know.
Firing pins are important sometimes in homicide investigations, correct?
Fire pin, yes.
Because they leave a certain mark, right?
That's correct.
And if you can manufacture a firing pin, you want to know the type of firing pin that they are manufacturing and what type of mark it leaves on the, I'm not much of a gun guy, but on the face of the bullet, right, of the casing. The firing pin hits, right?
Yes.
Makes a mark, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so you want to know if he's manufacturing firing pins, tell me about what you've done in the past, Mr. Smith, correct?
I'm not understanding the question. I understand the firing pin makes a mark on the shell casing that creates the explosion, the bullet travels. I understand that. But what are you asking me?
Well, you got a guy that you're interviewing and you don't even know that he modifies guns. You don't know that he manufactures firing pins.
Yes.
You don't know that his testimony is that I can do whatever I need to manufacture on a gun. I can do it all because he says that he has more knowledge as a machinist than even a gunsmith. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
Objection to form a question compound.
Break it up. One at a time.
You were not even aware that Wesley Smith and David Beckwith were close friends, right?
I don't know. I know they knew each other, but I don't know if they're close friends or not.
Because you never asked.
I never asked.
And you had no idea that Wesley Smith and David Beckwith would go to a property that was adjacent to the Keetley property to go shoot firearms. You never knew that.
No, sir.
In fact, I think you told the jury just a few minutes
Your
ago.
Honor, mischaracterization of evidence.
Approach. We're going to take a break. Please not discuss the case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Please not any research related to the case. Please avoid all reports of the case outside the courtroom. I don't know how long the break is going to take. We'll see you back when we're done. All rise for the jury. Exited. Everyone may be seated. The doors closed. Lieutenant, you can step down. Just stay close where we can get you back. I want you all first, the attorneys on each side, to get over the court reporter and see what specifically was you all disagreed with and said, you're taking her word over mine. And I said, no, I'm not. I'm not taking your word over hers as to what the issue is. And then go back to, apologize to the court reporter, whatever the testimony from Beckwith, whoever it was, that resolves that issue that the two of you agreed with, and have it all for me. When you got it all, you call me and I'll come back. That issue will resolve. All members of the jury are present and seated. Everyone else may be seated this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. First, let me ask, did anyone talk about the case amongst themselves or with anyone else, or was anyone exposed to anything about the case during the break that we just had? Let the record reflect there are no hands. I want to let you know it is 3 o'clock now, so that may be the last break. I don't know exactly how close or far past. I promise we won't go past 5:30 in any case. But if someone needs another break, just let me know. I probably won't do another scheduled break before we stop for the weekend. Let's turn back, though, to Ms. Escobar, and you may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, the last question that I was asking you was, you had no idea that David Beckwith and Wesley Smith had gone over to Larry Beckwith's property to shoot firearms?
No, sir.
Because you never asked.
No, sir.
I asked you earlier on, and instead of me bringing that big screen out, I'm going to point to an area of, you recognize this first of all, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is, just for the record, offense exhibit number 8. You recognize that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is.
That is the residence, Keetley residence.
Okay, it's about 20 acres, right?
I don't know how big it is.
How big?
It is fairly big, yes.
Okay. Do you know who lives here?
No, sir, I do not.
Why don't you know who lives there?
I don't know.
Well, did you, you interviewed Wesley Smith, right?
Yes, sir.
You interviewed David Beckwith, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you just assume that this property as well belonged to Mr. and Mrs. Keetley?
I never even thought about it.
Why not?
Because I thought from that driveway going towards the west that was the property.
So you assumed that that was the Keetley property?
No, I'm talking to the west, where it says private driveway. I thought from that driveway this way that was the property.
You thought that from the driveway this way?
Yes, and then some to the back.
Detective, you did a search warrant on this house right here.
Yes, I know the front one, but what I'm saying is the driveway. I didn't know that area that you're pinpointing who it belongs to. That fact.
You would agree with us today that it is very accessible from that property onto the Keetley property, correct?
Yes, looks like it.
And when we talk about accessibility and evidence being found on the Keetley property, you have to worry about that, right? Because access could create different issues, right?
Yes.
But you never, in your entire investigation for 12 years, you still do not know who lives on that property.
Yeah, no, I don't know who lives there.
Now, you said that you had this conversation with Wesley Smith on a recorder away from his home, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that while the recorder was on, he did not tell you about the shell casings that supposedly he had on his now Plant City Ranch, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been to the Plant City Ranch.
Yes, I did.
Is that correct?
I went over there.
Okay. And Wesley told you that he had been to the Keetley property to shoot on the Keetley property, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so he had also told you that he had shot at a van, right?
Yes.
And did he tell you how the van got to the location where he shot?
No, I don't think so.
Well, did you ask him, hey, Mr. Smith, tell me how that van got to that position before you shot it up?
No, I didn't ask that.
Do you know how it got to that position
No,
before
sir.
it was shot up?
No, I don't know.
And so you don't know that Wesley Smith got a rope and tied it to that van and drug it with his truck over to that position, right?
No, sir, I do not know that.
But you do know that at least when you were serving the search warrant on the Keetley property, Michael Keetley's parents were not there, right?
That's correct.
They were in Mount Dora, in a vacation home that they have on a lake on Mount Dora, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were aware also that that would be a frequent thing that they would do on the weekends. They'd go to their Mount Dora lake house.
I don't know. I know they were that weekend.
Okay. Now, the tape is turned off in the Wesley Smith interview, right? It's turned off.
Yes.
And then somehow now, Wesley Smith says, "Hey, detective, I don't know if this would help you, but there's some shell casings at my property in Plant City." That's what he tells you.
Yes, sir.
And that was off tape.
Yes, sir. It was immediately after the interview.
And so did you get your tape and you say, well, turn it on. Can you please tell me, Mr. Smith, what you just told me?
I don't think so.
That was never recorded then.
No, sir.
But you said, hey, I'm going to go by there tomorrow and I'm going to go pick up the shell casings that you have suggested may be important.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so the next day would have been the 8th.
I believe so, yes.
7th was your conversation initially at the boat ramp with Wesley Smith. Now on the 8th, you go to his house. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that on direct examination you told this jury under oath that not only did you go to the Plant City address, but that you actually went in the storage shed with Mr. Smith to retrieve the shell casings.
I did.
That's not true, correct?
What's not true?
That you went into this container or storage shed to get any shell casings.
Yes, I did.
Remember a hearing that we had before this very judge on February the 11th of 2020.
I don't remember.
You don't remember the hearing?
I remember we have many hearings.
No, I'm talking about the one with this judge, the hearing.
I don't remember. There was a lot of hearings in this case, so that's all I'm saying. That I don't remember. I don't remember that day. Was it one here? Was it in another courtroom? I've been to many hearings in this case.
Okay. You remember being placed under oath, right?
Yes.
You remember the following questions and answers. It's 2915 of the 2020 hearing before Judge Sabella. Lines 20 through 25. Question, and Mr. Smith is the one that recovers this bag from where he has it, correct? Yes. And you don't go into a container to get it, correct? No. Were you telling the truth in 2020?
I don't recall. I thought I did, that I went inside that container, which it was immediately north of the residence.
Well, you would agree that in 2020 your memory would have been better than in 2023.
Yes, I guess.
Mr. Smith did not tell you that there were other bags that he had of 45 caliber ACPs in that container, did he?
No, sir.
You would have liked to have seen those other 45 shell casings, correct?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, if he's got shell casings and are 45 ACPs, he's got to have them for a reason, right?
Yeah, you gotta have them for a reason.
Right. And so if he is reloading them, he must have a firearm that fires a 45 ACP weapon.
I don't know.
That's a good question to ask Mr. Smith, right?
I guess.
David Beckwith. I'm not going to talk to you, detective, until I get immunity. That's David Beckwith, right?
He wanted to have a subpoena.
He told you he doesn't trust anybody, including police officers, right?
That's correct.
You didn't know that David Beckwith was a 3-time convicted felon, did you?
No, sir.
Because you never asked him.
Yeah, no, I never asked.
Detective, didn't we talk about it being important before you talk to someone and believe what they're telling you, that you get some history about them so that you can make your own evaluations whether this is a credible witness or not a credible witness? That's part of law enforcement's work, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have done that many, many, many times, right?
Yes, sir.
Because it's so easy on your computer to run what's called an NCIC, right?
Yes.
It's a national database of individuals. If they've been convicted, it's going to be there,
Yes.
right? And you also, if you've got some hits on some particular crimes that they have committed here in your community, you can pull up those reports.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you can then start reading those reports and trying to understand who is David Beckwith.
I guess yeah, that could be accurate.
But you didn't do it here.
No, sir.
When the computer was taken to FDLE for its examination, remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there were at least a couple of analysts that were reviewing the results of that particular imaging of the hard drive, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me the dates that you spoke to any of those analysts whatsoever?
No, I couldn't tell you.
Did you speak to any of those analysts about this hotspot?
No, I did not.
So for 12 years, you've spoken to no one about the capabilities of a hotspot.
Yes, no, I have not talking to FDLE about the hotspot.
And you've never subpoenaed or had search warrants drafted for any of the data that could be recovered from a hotspot.
No, sir.
I pass the witness.
Let me have the attorney's approach. before we go to the redirect examination, they've got to get some stuff. It's going to take a few moments. So rather than do that while y'all are sitting there, we're going to send you out, but we're going to bring you right back in just a few minutes. So please not discuss the case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Please not do any research related to the case, and avoid all reports of the case outside of the jury room. We'll see you back in just a few minutes. All rise for the jury. Lieutenant, you can step down and walk around if you want, but it's just going to be a few minutes. But let me just ask now, for planning purposes for the rest of the day, because I think we're all just a little bit surprised at how fast that last approach and landing
I had
took.
missed the first landing, but then I curved around and landed.
I see that, but caught us all a little bit off guard. So, Ms. Doherty, you're going to do a redirect. Any
Yes.
idea how long?
Judge, maybe an hour. I don't
Oh, okay.
anticipate. I
All
do
right,
have
that's
some
fine.
territory to cover.
I just wanted to know if we were going to be in a position where we had another witness that we could get
We
on
have
today.
3 witnesses out there. I'm
But
not
we're
sure.
not going to get all 3 of them.
They're short, and I'm not sure we'll call all of them.
Okay. All right. All right. Then we'll just keep moving along as planned. So do what you need to do to get ready for your redirect, and I will not give them another break. We'll go up here. We'll see how far we can get after your redirect, and I allow you to call some more witnesses.
All right, thank you.
Wait, let me just check. Ms. Doherty, are you ready for the redirect? You need some more time.
Just give me 2 more minutes and I will be ready.
All right, so if he starts lining them up, you think he'll be ready by the time, and he can ask before. Go ahead and line them up, and then just stick your head in before you bring them in.
We've already showed it to.
This is a defense exhibit 24?
Yeah, and we're not going to use it with him. It's just that he
You want to
authenticated.
introduce it right now?
Yes.
Ms. Doherty, was there a stipulation to the admission?
Hey, this is the one that he looked at.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
All right, so 24, A through V will be admitted.
Oh, maybe you. Is
You.
it me or you? I can't read your.
Come here. Let me see.
What is it, ladies? It's a you. They don't put that little, the little.
24, A through U.
He says the same thing about my handwriting.
Is that he criticizes your handwriting?
It's a girl thing.
That's fine.
You missed it. See?
I don't think.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else will be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. It was, as planned, a short break. But did anyone discuss the case amongst themselves, or was anyone exposed to anything about the case during the short break by a show of hands? Excellent. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Thank you all very much. Ms. Doherty, you may begin the redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Lugo, you were asked a lot of detailed questions by the defense attorney about Wesley Smith. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked you about his relationship with David Beckwith, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
About an incident where the two of them went shooting? Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct? Do you remember all of that?
Yes.
You, as a case detective, you don't get to participate in the depositions of witnesses conducted in the case, do you?
No, ma'am.
You don't know how long those depositions are, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how long your depositions were in this case?
They were long.
Okay, let's start about that, because you've been asked a lot about what you said in prior hearings. Do you remember when your first deposition was?
I have 4 depositions, and I want to say one was September of 2014 or 2013, 2014.
And would looking at a copy of your deposition, would that help refresh your recollection as to the exact date?
Yes.
They're clean except for my tags.
That's fine. September, January.
Start with, just look at the front and tell me about what refreshes your recollection as to the actual date.
Yes, September 10, 2014.
Okay. And that's the first deposition that you gave in the case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did this offense occur?
It happened in 2010, November 25th, 2010.
So what was the time frame that you were deposed for the first time on this case? How long was it after the date of the offense?
4 years, close to 4 years.
What did you do to prepare for the deposition that you were going to submit to on September 10th of 2014?
Review my report and some of the things that I had on the file.
Did you go into the property room at HCSO and take out all of the evidence and look at all of the evidence?
No, ma'am.
On September 14th of 2014, do you remember how long you were deposed?
No, I don't remember exactly how long it was.
Was it more than 2 hours, sir?
I believe so.
Was it more than 4 hours, sir?
On the 4 of them, I know that some days were half days, some days were more than half days.
And would looking at the start time and the end time of that deposition help refresh your recollection as to how long you were deposed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I point you to, sorry, these are encumbering. How long were you deposed on that day?
From 10 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Do you remember the next day that you were deposed on this case?
I want to say it was the following month in October.
Could it have been December 8th of 2014, sir?
It could have been.
And you said that you were deposed some days, what was it, half days and some days all day, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So again, at least 2 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
How many days in total were you deposed on this case?
4.
Was the third time that you were deposed on this case December 10th of 2014?
Believe so.
And again, fair to say that it was more than an hour, more than 2 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
The fourth time that you were deposed on this case, January 28th of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you were asked about some sworn hearings, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did one of those sworn hearings occur on January 27th of 2016?
I believe so, yes.
I'm going to show you again State's Exhibit 191, the photo pack that was shown to Mr. Guevara. I'm going to put this photograph on, number 3 of the defendant, Mr. Keetley. believe defense counsel asked you specifically about your deposition. On December 10th of 2014. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in that deposition, he specifically referred to let's see. The fact that you were questioned on this photo pack, States Exhibit 191. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is December 10th of 2014. Had you prepared for this deposition again, like you did the 2 other prior depositions that you had done?
I'm sorry, can you ask me that again?
Bad question. You originally, I think, stated that in order to prepare for the first deposition, what did you review?
Now my reports and some of the reports that I had.
And again, this is 4 years later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you studying before that deposition?
Yes.
Were you trying to look at your reports as well as all the other deputies and detectives that did reports in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us a total of the amount of detectives and deputies that worked on this case?
I know detectives alone, it was over 20 deputies. I couldn't tell, probably, I don't know. If I would tell you a number, it would be a guess, but there was a lot of people.
Are there also reports that are submitted to the case file from crime scene investigators?
Yes.
Were there numerous crime scene investigators that contributed and worked on this case with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And this December 10th of 2014, is this the first time that you had seen this photo pack since you had taken it into evidence?
Yes.
And at that point, did the defense attorney, did she show you the photo pack and ask you questions about it?
Yes.
And when she was specifically asking you about State's Exhibit number 3, do you know whether or not it was you that said this was a 4, or whether or not she is the one that told you in her question that this was a 4?
I don't recall.
Would looking at your deposition help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Counsel, page 57 of the deposition that occurred on 12/10 of 2014. Starting at line 7 through 9. Do you have it? Does that help refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is it that you are alerted that this is a number 4 when you were answering the question?
She said that. She told me that.
Is she telling you that that's a 4 when she asks you the question
Yes, ma'am.
and showing you the picture?
Yes, ma'am.
So, for example, you're sitting there in the deposition and she hands this to you. What does she say to you?
I think it was something in reference to who wrote that 4 there.
Okay. And she tells you it's a 4, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that when you saw it? Did you agree at the time that that was a 4?
I think I did.
Was there any other photo that you asked Mr. Guevara to sign during the photo pack?
No, ma'am.
Only signed one.
Only signed one.
Which one did he sign?
He signed the one that he picked.
And was that immediately after you had shown him all 6?
Yes, ma'am.
This is what you said on your 12/10 of 2014 was a 4 when the defense attorney told you that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You at some point said you were confused. Can you explain that to us, what you were confused about?
Yes. When I went to the position 4 years later, I could remember on the instructions that I had switched the 4 for the 3. And I had put my initials right next to it so everybody would know that I switched that number. It was something, when I filled it out, I put the wrong number. So when she started asking me about the number 4, all I could remember was like, man, I remember there was some issue that I put my initials. So it got confusing back and forth with the number 4. So when I look at it, at that time, I'm even thinking, man, why is that number 4 there? And I didn't know what that was. Even I got confused out there thinking, man, why is there a number 4 there?
And did I ask you to come up with some documents where you have used the number, where you have signed an X to get people to sign documents?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 206. And did I also ask you for the documents where not only did you put your X mark to get somebody to sign, did I also ask you for examples when you are making an X?
Yes, ma'am.
You can introduce it into evidence.
Your Honor, this time we'd introduce this States Exhibit 206 into evidence.
206 will be admitted.
Are there occasions where your X sometimes look like a 4?
Yes, ma'am.
And are there occasions where sometimes your X looks like an X?
Yes.
And these documents, are they police reports, cases that you have worked on, some of which predate November 25th of 2010, this case?
Yes.
And have they been redacted? These are completely unrelated to this case.
That's correct.
And the information pertaining to defendants and victims, have they been redacted from these documents?
I believe so, yes.
I'm going to start with, what is this? Can you just tell us what this is?
That was a criminal report affidavit. It's just a charging instrument.
And does it reflect the time period when you worked on this particular case?
Yes, that's June 9, 2010.
And then I'm going to show you the second page, or this page of it, another document, 333 of 541 is how, just so I can keep the record clear, how it's labeled on the bottom. Is this another case that you have worked on?
Yes.
Right. And this is in Spanish, is this correct? Do you also have forms with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office that are in Spanish?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a place where you are asking for a person to put their signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to point to this spot right there. What is that?
That's an X.
Okay. And does that somewhat resemble a 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes when you are writing, what do?
Sometimes when I'm telling people to sign, seems like I don't lift up my pen right, and it looks like a 4.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
And what is this right here?
That's whoever was informed on this form that's signing. That's their signature.
This one, just so for the record we can document it and distinguish between the other ones. On the bottom it just says 174 of 323, again completely unrelated to this investigation. I'm going to go over here. Is there another example of a way that you have done your X?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what you put that in that box?
I did.
Did you do that same thing where you crossed over the 2 lines to make the 2 lines to the X?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this, and just so the record is clear, this one is denoted on the bottom of the page 16 of 18. And I'm going to ask you to read the date on this document. Can you see that, sir, or do you want me to bring it to you?
That's the 9th of June of 2010.
So this form was done on that day, is that correct?
It was signed that day, yes.
I'm going to take you over here. I know I'm enlarging it just so everybody can see. These X's are small. Is that another time where you've done an X?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, did you cross it over?
Yes.
I'm going to take you to one more case, and this is the same police report throughout. That's 1 through 14. Sir, can you give us the date of when you worked on this particular case?
That was May 16 of 2004.
Here on this particular case, sorry, because it's so, is this sometimes, is this also your ex, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
They're not crossed over in that particular place, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Same police report. I go down to the bottom corner of page 6 of 14. Did you put that X there?
I did.
Again, did you join both of the lines of the X that make up the X?
Yes, ma'am.
Who put this X here right next to it?
I did.
Again, did you do the same thing?
Yes, ma'am.
You turn it this way, what does it look like?
A 4?
I'm going to show you page 13 of 14 for that same incident. Again, this has been redacted. Are these more examples of you checking an X?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I want to ask you about the SOPs. I think at some point, and I'm going to use Defense Exhibit 12, at some point, Mr. Escobar asked you several questions about this SOP. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in those questions, he said that you were violating the SOP. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, you had said that they were guidelines. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that noted? I'm sorry. This Elmo is giving me, okay. Is that noted as under the purpose of this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does it say that, what does it say?
It says the purpose of the standard operating procedure is to provide guidelines for eyewitness identification situations.
And right here is where he was asking you about blind testing procedure. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The photo packs, the two that you did were not blind. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you consider that a violation of the guidelines and the SOP in this particular standard operating procedure?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because that's exactly what we used to do before. It wasn't one picture at a time, but the lead detective will present them.
And in this particular document where it says under discussion, does it say that the guidelines set forth in the standard operating procedures are used in various circumstances?
It says yes, that it's used on various circumstances.
It doesn't say that it is under all circumstances, is that correct?
That is correct.
So let's talk about some of the circumstances that were going on when you were showing this to Gonzalo Guevara. Were they somewhat unique circumstances?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were they unique?
Because during the beginning of the investigation, there's an interview with him and then he's on a coma. So now he's coming out of a coma when I'm going to go talk to him. So that's what I'm trying to guard, and that's what I'm concerned with at that time.
And you have talked to and you've been questioned about contamination, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In particular, you did have concerns about that, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to ask you about Juan Hernandez as well as Jose Rodriguez. Those were the two people that you instructed, is that correct?
Yes.
Is Jose Rodriguez, was he a defendant in this case?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any reason to arrest him or restrict or tell him in any way where he can and cannot go?
No, ma'am.
Did you identify yourself as the case detective in this case to him?
I did.
Did you give him instructions with what he could not do in this investigation?
Yes.
Was he aware? Did you inform him that this was a homicide investigation?
He was aware.
And did you tell him what your role was in this investigation?
Yes, that I was the lead detective.
And what did you tell him with regards to that photo that he had in his possession?
I told him not to show it, that it can hurt the case.
Juan Hernandez, same questions. Did you alert him to that this was a homicide investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell him what your role was?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you give him instructions?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
I told him not to show that photograph, that it could hurt the case.
I want to talk about what happened at St. Joseph's Hospital. You spoke with Gilma Guevara, is that her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she one of the sisters of Gonzalo Guevara?
Yes, ma'am.
Gonzalo Guevara, was he a defendant in this case?
No, ma'am.
Gilma Guevara, a defendant in this case?
No, ma'am.
Could you tell her that she could not go into the ICU?
No, ma'am.
Have you been to the ICU a lot in your course of investigating crimes, violent crimes and homicides?
Yes.
What is your understanding of who is allowed and who isn't allowed in the ICU?
Family members, immediate family members.
Did you have instructions? Did you give instructions as the homicide detective in this case to the family members of Gonzalo Guevara?
Yes.
What did you tell them?
Not to let them see any photographs or for nobody to show them any pictures.
Did you have the power at any point to arrest or keep anybody out of Gonzalo Guevara's room?
No, ma'am.
Does St. Joseph's Hospital do?
I don't know. I'm assuming that they control access.
Do they have security at St. Joseph's Hospital?
Yes, they do.
Sometimes is that under or off-duty law enforcement?
Yes.
Are there policies and procedures in place as to who can go into the ICU?
Yes, I think they do.
Now, the defense attorney questioned you, I think, several times about the dangers of a rush to judgment and an investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I think he also questioned you about initially having some concerns about gang activity.
Yes, ma'am.
And those two initial interviews that you did with Walter and Diego Lucas, were there questions posed either by yourself or Detective Schramm regarding whether or not they were involved with gangs?
Yes.
Why did you pose those questions to them?
That is at the beginning of the investigation. We don't know what was the reason that caused this incident to happen. So just because of who we were talking to and the area, there could be a possibility at that time, not knowing anything else. That's why I asked those questions.
When you first get out of your vehicle and approach the house before you get to the porch, have you received any kind of briefing or information as to the initial information gathering from your fellow law officers?
Yes.
What was your initial information that you had?
What I had was that 6 people had been shot. One of them was deceased, and the other ones were transported to the hospital. So I learned that supposedly there's a male coming in maybe a uniform, a police uniform, that comes in, approaches them, asks for IDs at some point, asks for creeper, then asks for IDs, and then starts shooting.
Are you given any sort of briefing or discussion as to what type of injuries and how serious those injuries are?
No, not at that time.
Now, at some point, I think the defense attorney asked you about reviewing Detective Dirk's report, the one who took an interview from Gonzalo Guevara. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you, when you are getting briefings within the first 24 hours, 48 hours of an investigation from other homicide detectives, are you waiting for them to fill out a report or something else?
No, they usually just let you know.
And how do they do that?
Usually, you either get a call. If I'm on an interview, my supervisor who's at the scene will get some information, so that gets passed back and forth between us as the investigation is going.
And in fact, you mentioned interviews. So when you are in an interview with a suspect, sometimes in an investigation like this, do you leave the interview because another homicide detective has called you?
Yes.
Why?
Just so I can learn up-to-date information, bless you, up-to-date information just in case something else has changed, stuff that can assist me during that interview.
They give you they brief you as to the latest information, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you said that the information in this case broke fast. So even though you were asking witnesses about whether or not they were in gang activities, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you no longer assume or believe that this was some kind of gang case?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that? What type of evidence did you receive that led you to believe that this no longer was a drive-by or gang retaliation case?
Right away, we know that now I know and I understand what happens. Somebody comes in, approaches them, start asking for a specific person, which is creep or creeper, and then this person asks for IDs, which is what shocked me. Asking for the IDs, at some point there's some conversation back and forth about the IDs, they're ordered to the ground, and then people start getting shot. So that tells me it's targeted, it's not gangs, there's no other people there, it's just one person that shows up.
You yourself interviewed Jose Rodriguez.
I did.
Were you getting alerts about the initial interviews that occurred with Gonzalo Guevara,
I did.
Raymond Galan?
Yes.
And were there consistencies provided in their interview with regards to
Judge, I'm going to object. There's no Raymond Galan interview.
Well approach.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
What's the result?
I'm going to have them look it up. I'm going to move on.
All right, so we'll come back to that question.
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
I was asking you about some of the evidence that you reviewed and got in this particular case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you had information that had to do with creeper, is that correct?
Yes.
And was that coming from at least one victim in this particular case? Was that coming from Jose Rodriguez?
Yes.
What about Gonzalo Guevara?
Yes.
And after you met with those witnesses, were there other witnesses that you met with that had information that correlated with what those victims were talking about?
Yes.
Who was that?
Diego Lucas, his brother Walter Lucas, and then through the interviews, other people.
Judge, I'm going to object. Improper predicate for this particular Walter Lucas and Diego Lucas were not witnesses to this event.
I'll clear it up. Were Walter Lucas and Diego Lucas at the home inside when the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Was Walter Lucas, prior to the shooting, had they been with some of the victims in this case?
Yes.
Were they interviewed as to what they knew about the case?
Yes.
And it's clear, I'm not trying to, they were not eyewitnesses to the actual shooting, is that correct?
That is correct.
But they did have interaction with the victims prior to and after, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also at some point interview Stacy Rogan?
I did.
And did information provided by her lead you to a suspect in this case?
Yes.
And at some point, is that when you start investigating the defendant, Michael Keetley?
At some point, yes, I did.
You were asked specifically about the star reporter, the GPS, is that correct?
Yes.
There are other supervisors at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office that outrank you, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have just already explained that while you are doing interviews, there are all other kinds of deputies and detectives that are working on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There are supervisors that outrank you that are also working on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you play any part or role in the decision about the surveillance that was going to occur on Michael Keetley?
No, ma'am.
Is that something that you could order?
Yes.
But did you make that order in this particular case?
No, ma'am.
At the time, were you aware that that was being done?
No, I was not aware.
Did you get alerted to it after that decision had been made?
Yes.
States Exhibit number 10. Or not States Exhibit, I apologize. I'm doing this. Defense Exhibit number 10. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe the defense attorney had several questions as to that particular exhibit, the photo and the text message, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know a deputy by the name of Paul Baez?
I don't know him directly, but I do know of him.
Did you read his supplement prior to testifying today?
I did.
And were you aware of, what did he do in this case?
He received a call in reference to this text message going around, and he documented that.
Okay. Did he also? Do you know whether or not he took that into evidence as part of this case?
Yes, he did.
So this Defense Exhibit 10 is a piece of evidence that was impounded and collected by a deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have it with you today. Is that correct?
No.
Sir, you were asked about crime scene recreation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the Faro scan that a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office can do in a case?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's just it's a piece of equipment that can record. It does so many points at a time that can record a whole scene. So later on, you can just pretty much see it again. You can recreate it.
Do you use that with every single homicide case?
At one point we did. At one point we didn't.
Do you know if you even had Faro back in 2010?
I don't think we had it then.
As far as crime scene recreation, when was Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office done with the crime scene at the Lucas house? When was that released back to the Lucas family?
I want to say it was the 26th, the day after, but I don't recall exactly.
Where were your victims November 26th or November 27th of 2010?
They were in the hospital.
Were they capable of doing any sort of recreation while you had a search warrant and the ability and the lawful right to be on the Lucas property?
No, ma'am.
My next question, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit number 8. Their map of the Keetley property. There was a search warrant that was executed to conduct the search, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you do a search warrant and ask permission for a judge to search a residence, do you have to have specificity in what exactly can be searched?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that include addresses for homes?
Yes, ma'am.
And do the addresses for a home include surrounding property?
Yes.
And did you, at the time when the search warrants were executed, do a search warrant for the residence of the Keetley, the main Keetley residence? I'm
Yes.
sorry, am I pointing to the wrong? To the main Keetley property?
Yes.
And the surrounding area?
Yes.
And I think you described it from the left side of this drive, this private driveway, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also do a search warrant specifically to do the house, a trailer that Mr. Keetley had resided in prior to the offense?
Yes, at some point it was done.
Can you search any area or private residence other than what is specifically outlined and approved by a judge?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any right, authority, or probable cause to enter this residence
No, ma'am.
or this property?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether or not Michael Keetley lived there or resided or had any information that would have allowed you or members of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office onto this proproperty?
Governor, I'm going to object as improper, I guess, redirect, because he said he didn't know whose property that was.
I will rephrase it.
Sir, did you have any probable cause at the time of the investigation into the homicides of Juan and Sergio Gatron
Is this a legal
to search?
opinion?
Well, hold on.
Probable cause is up to the judge.
Sir, do you believe that you had probable cause to search any other area or property other than the Keetley property or home that you knew the defendant resided in?
No, ma'am.
Sir, when I asked you about other victims that were interviewed, when I said Mr. Guevara and Raymond Galan, I apologize. I should have said Daniel Beltran. Were the two of those interviewed at the hospital and able to provide brief descriptions as well as accounts of what occurred at 604 Ocean Mist?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they consistent with regards to the facts and the circumstances of how this crime had occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Now going to Stacy Rogan, was there information that you developed as to an identity of somebody who was looking for Creeper?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did your focus come away from that this was gang related?
Yes, at some point it did, yes.
And I want to ask you about Omar Bayan. You interviewed him, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Omar Bayan, did any of the eyewitnesses or victims say that Omar Bayan was at the house when the shooting occurred?
No, ma'am.
Is Omar Bayan a suspect in the homicides of Juan and Sergio Guitron?
No, ma'am.
Do those victims actually know who he was?
Yes.
Does he meet the description of the shooter in this case?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any reason to question whether or not he was there during the time that this occurred?
No, ma'am.
Does it matter or not that he's a gang member?
No, it doesn't matter.
If any of the victims in this case that were shot on that porch were gang members, does it matter to your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Would you still conduct a thorough homicide investigation in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
The defense asked you about your prior experience in gang-related crimes. How long were you in the gang-related unit?
It's 4 years.
Are there occasions when there are victims of gang-related crimes where the victims will not even talk to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Were the victims in this case talking to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there cases in gang-related crimes where the victims don't even want to be seen with you?
Yes, ma'am.
They won't allow you into your home.
Into their home?
Into their home. I apologize.
No.
Bad choice.
No. Yes, ma'am.
Were the victims allowing you to interview them?
Yes.
How many times did you go back to 604 Ocean Mist?
A few times.
I want to go back to the crime scene and the Pharaoh. I believe when Mr. Escobar was questioning you about the diagram, he had suggested to you that there were no measurements for a diagram. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who was the crime scene detective that was in charge of the crime scene?
The crime scene detective?
Yes, sir.
It was Detective Hollis.
Did he have crime scene investigators that assisted him with documenting and collecting evidence at 604 Ocean Mist?
Yes, ma'am.
And was one of those a crime scene investigator by the name of Casual?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, prior to testifying, did you memorize and know everything that Casual did at 604 Ocean Mist?
No, ma'am.
With looking at a copy of his report, refresh your recollection as to some of the tasks and duties that he did on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Measurements. Well, approach.
Look at this report in regards to whether or not any measurements were taken at 604 Ocean Mist for a diagram. Sir, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not any of the crime scene investigators, specifically Cashwell, took measurements for a diagram?
Objection, Your Honor. Improper predicate at this point. There's one more question she's got to ask.
Did that refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a memory, or do you know whether or not somebody, that detective, crime scene investigator?
Improper predicate.
Ask him another question about that.
Sir, were there measurements that were taken by...
Improper predicate.
Sir, do you have an independent recollection as to whether or not measurements were taken by the crime scene investigators at 604 Ocean Mist?
That's difficult for me to understand the question.
Objection, Your Honor. If he's gonna, he can't answer the question
Don't
unless...
answer whether they just, if you have...
Do you have a memory that occurred at 604?
Improper predicate.
Rephrase it.
Do you have an independent memory that occurred at 604 Ocean Mist?
I don't recall when they measured. I know that it's done at every crime scene.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'm going to sustain. I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard based on that it is done at every crime scene.
Sir, can we approach?
Yeah. We're going to take a break. Don't promote yourself to anyone else. Don't do any research related to the case. And please avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. All rise for the jury. Everyone may be seated. Detective, I'm going to ask you to step outside of the courtroom. Don't go too far. Hopefully we'll be bringing you back in soon to continue. Actually, I'm going to say something before he... No, you go ahead.
Okay.
But before we discuss that issue that we were up here talking loudly about and talking over each other, I'm simply going to warn again of that type of conduct as to both sides. Now that I have warned Okay? If it happens again, we're going to go to the next step. And I'm going to do something about it. And if someone else determines that I was wrong about that, then good for you for not listening to me. But if someone determines that I was right and there's ethical or violations that may be considered by someone else and they determine that I was right, that you can't be mad at me because I've warned you, and warned you. But there's a record of all of this.
And Judge, just so that the record is clear, it was the prosecution who was loud. Okay.
All right, but you have talked over her and not let her finish.
Was I
and it's
talking
unprofessional.
Was I talking over her here?
You have.
No. Was I
And
talking?
they have
when I was
talked
up there,
over-
was I talking over her?
You're not going to cross-examine me, Mr. Escobar.
Judge, I wasn't. Okay, and so she was talking loud. We had to stop that.
Okay, well,
Because of the jury.
now that the lieutenant is outside, let's talk about the measurements. Okay? You indicate that measurements were taken and it was not in, is that Caswell's report?
Yes, sir.
But they were taken by
Patel.
Patel. Does Patel have a separate report
She does, Judge.
that has those measurements?
Yes, Judge.
And was that provided to the defense in discovery?
Yes, sir.
Here's the issue with what just occurred. He
But I
clearly
want you-
doesn't have an independent recollection. His testimony is based on that's what we do in every case.
Judge, correct.
So the question is, were measurements taken in this case? And he can't say, yes, they were, because they're done in every case.
Judge, and I understand that, but they have opened the door, Judge. They have put question after question after question to this lieutenant about the responsibility of knowing every single thing in this police report, and they have quizzed him on it. And not only that, with regards to the measurement, Mr. Escobar made him believe that there were no in his question, made him believe that there were no measurements, nothing done. Now, there is not the crime scene diagram may not have been ordered or requested, and I am not trying to suggest that it is there, and in no way trying to mislead the jury, but to mislead them to believe that that wasn't even done when
Well, that a diagram wasn't done? If
that the
diagram-
measurements weren't done, because it wasn't just he didn't stop at the diagram. He told this detective, like, why wasn't it done? Why weren't there measurements done, Judge? That is my issue. They have opened the door to
And the
quizzing
detective
him on
didn't
the
have to-
entire.
But if the detective knew that measurements were done, he didn't have to agree with that question. It was cross-examination.
Judge, I don't have any issue with cross-examination, but both sides have an ethical obligation to ask questions that do not mislead a jury when they, in fact, know the
And I agree.
opposite to be true.
And I agree. And Mr. Escobar, based on the discovery that you received, were measurements taken other than the degrees, which you did include? We had an approach during the cross-examination, and at that time, Ms. Doherty showed that it had degrees.
We're pulling it right
And I required you to go back and change your question or to include that the degrees between items was in fact taken and put in a report. And you did that. But to the extent that measurements were not taken, if in fact measurements were taken, and if there was a diagram, that would make it very easy to take a look at. But to the extent that measurements were or were not taken, if you misled the jury on that, then I'm going to allow the state to fix that.
We're going to give you Patel's report so that you can peruse it.
Well, you point to me in it where it says
I'm
what
gonna
the
give
measurements
I'm
are.
going to give you the whole report. Can you pull that off?
I don't want the whole report.
Well-
I want to see where the measurements are.
Well, I'll show the prosecutor.
Or give the prosecutor the report and let the prosecutor show me where the measurements are. And if in fact measurements were done, then to that extent, any misleading of the jury that measurements were not done will be corrected. If there is nothing in the report about measurements being done, then I'm not going to allow them to do anything because the lieutenant has no independent recollection.
And so let
of the
me ask you
measurements.
this question.
No. Stop. All right, we're taking a 5-minute break because you're not asking me questions.
Judge,
We're taking a 5-minute break.
the other hand, if measurements were in fact taken, and there is some impression in their minds that measurements were not taken, then I am absolutely willing to address that, other than degrees. But it sounds like now the state might be contending that no, it's just the degrees.
I think that so here's where I think the misunderstanding is. I believe that even doing the degrees between markers is measuring items, Judge.
All right, but that wasn't the argument you were making before. You were telling me that there are measurements in another report that wasn't here, and then that report, it doesn't have it, so you're telling me you think that there's another report by Patel that has measurements. I mean, that wasn't the measurement before I took my little break from the state, that the degrees constituted measurements.
Yes, Judge. Maybe I'm confusing you or confusing them.
I guess I'm easily confused.
I believe that he, in one report, Cashwell says that he assisted Patel in taking measurements. I brought up a report, and Mr. Escobar showed, where there were degrees that were done and taken, not having to do with the address over on Bonito Drive, but on 604 Ocean Mist when we went up there the first time. That's why I brought it up. There were measurements taken for a diagram, which I believe when you're doing markers and you're marking the different degrees of each item, why are you doing that? So you can show distance in between the items. So maybe I'm confusing you.
Degrees that show distance. Distance is measurements. I mean, I'm all ears. I'm willing to see the indication that measurements were done.
Judge, when you have a fixed item and you take degrees and angles from other items, you can then go back and plot it. That's what measurements are. It doesn't have to be 5 feet to 6 feet. If you have a fixed point and you're doing degrees, then that's what you can use to do a diagram.
So let me see the document that you have that has degrees.
That's what I'm trying to find.
We got that.
There was one that you approached with.
No, but that one, those degrees have to do with the other property. There's another. You see what I'm saying? Like the.
All right, well, we'll wait for the other one. But while we're waiting for the other one, can I see the one that you approached with? It had degrees in it?
Judge, it was on my laptop, and I'm trying to find it.
There was a piece of paper that... There was a report.
I thought I handed it. I thought I came up there with my... The report that I brought up just says that he assisted.
Wait, so it didn't even have the degrees?
No, I think yesterday when we came up to approach, it was with my laptop.
What I want to see is a report with some numbers in it, whether they're degrees, whether they're distances, whatever they are, that supports that measurements were taken.
My laptop, and I cannot find it. In the interest of time, I'll move on, and when Ms. Hodges gets here, we'll look at it.
All right. But so we're going to move on from that topic with this lieutenant who clearly, had his memory been refreshed and he had an independent recollection of measurements being taken, then that would be a different result. But clearly when he said, relied on, well, we do it in every investigation, I can't let him say that they were done in this investigation. If you've got a report from Patel that has measurements, we'll revisit it.
Judge, I'm going to ask some other questions about the crime scene, but I will stay away from the measurements, but I am going to ask about diagrams and the need to do them.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Let's get the lieutenant.
We got a little less than an hour left if I keep them till 5:30.
Yes, Judge.
Stand, yes, go ahead and get the jury.
Jury in the courtroom.
Seated, everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your short break. I do promise you this time that that will be the last break we take before I send you home for the day. When I send you home for the day is yet to be determined, but I promise it will not be after 5:30. I will ask, though, as I always do, by show of hands, did anybody discuss anything about this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, or was anyone exposed to anything about this case outside of the courtroom during this last break? Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. Ms. Doherty, you may continue with the redirect examination.
Yes, sir. Detective Lugo, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 30 to 58B and 1 through 29. Can you just look through those? They're already into evidence. These are photos from the 604 Ocean Mist Court. Have you at one point viewed all of the crime scene photographs that were taken by Crime Scene Patel?
Yes, ma'am.
review those, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And States Exhibit 1 through 29, were those photographs taken by Patel that showed the porch area and the outside area of 604 Ocean Mist?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs and 30 through 58B, again, were those photographs again showing the porch as well as some of the interior of 604 Ocean Mist,
Yes, ma'am.
as well as an aerial photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there more photographs taken by crime scene investigator Patel?
Yes.
How many more do you remember the amount of photographs that were taken by her?
I don't know the exact number. I know that there was a lot of pictures.
Can you remember the exact number of photos that crime scene Patel took?
No, ma'am.
Would looking at her report help refresh your recollection as to the exact amount of photographs that demonstrate the thoroughness of the collection of evidence at 604 Ocean Mist? Would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, do you want to take a look at this?
No.
Okay. Take a look. Can you please take a look at that and then let me know when you're done?
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have an independent memory as to the amount of crime scene photographs that were taken of the amount of photographs that were taken by crime scene investigator Patel
Yes.
about from the 604 Ocean Mist address?
Yes.
How many photographs did she take?
278.
Okay, was she the only crime scene investigator that was working at 604 Ocean Mist?
No, ma'am.
The defense attorney asked you about the defendant's disabilities, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically asked you about obtaining his medical records.
Yes, ma'am.
Do obtaining defendants, are you familiar with HIPAA?
Yes.
Do obtaining defendants' medical records, do those require a court order?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that required to be by done by an assistant state attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't just can you just walk into a hospital and pick out defendant's personal health medical records?
No, ma'am.
Judge, give me an approach on that.
Yes.
Sir, did you note the defendant had a limp to his hand during the interview that occurred on December 7th? I'm sorry, at the interview that occurred on November 27th of 2010?
Did I know that he had a limp?
Correct, Joe. Correct, sir.
I don't recall.
Was there mention by the defendant of his injuries during the recorded interview that you did with him?
Yes.
And is a recorded interview, is that documenting a person as it is occurring?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I do want to ask you about the District 4 interview. Do you remember that interview?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe the defense attorney asked you whether or not there were portions that were not recorded. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you try to record the interview with the defendant?
Yes.
And during that process, how do you do that in that room at District 4?
Usually once you walk in the room, you are able to just turn the system on, and it'll record everything that happens within that room.
And did you do that when you went into the room with the defendant and Detective Schramm?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that process, did you go over the defendant's Miranda rights?
I did.
At some point, did you realize that that was not recording, that the video recording was not recording?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you realized that that was not happening?
I pulled my audio recorder out, and I started recording.
Did you document what had happened off the recorder on the recording?
Yes.
During that, did you go over with the defendant on that recording about the Miranda rights and him signing it?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's able to answer you audibly on that recording?
Yes.
Can you hear that when you listen to that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
The defense attorney asked you with regards to the disabilities that pump action shotgun and whether or not the defendant could do that. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you at that time during the investigation learn that those were 45s that were found at the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And were the shell casings 45s?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the projectiles?
45.
Did you know of any sort of pump action shotgun that shot 45s?
No, ma'am.
Did you interview any witnesses with regards to the defendant's ability to be able to shoot a firearm?
Yes.
How many witnesses did you interview with regards to whether or not the defendant could actually shoot a firearm?
I don't remember the amount.
Were there witnesses that had seen him shoot after his accident?
Yes, ma'am.
You were also asked about the interview by Mr. Escobar, whether or not you ever told him that you would take over the investigation. Did you tell him in that recorded interview with Detective Schramm, did you tell the defendant that you would take over the investigation?
No, ma'am.
Who said that?
I believe it was Detective Schramm.
You said that there are different types of tactics and styles that people incorporate during investigations. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you bluffing with the defendant during your recorded interview with him?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever tell him in that recorded interview that you had his cell phone records?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you States 97, the defendant's cell phone records that Mr. Escobar asked you about. Can you take a look at those? Do those cell phone records only indicate incoming and outgoing calls?
Judge, I'm going to object. I didn't ask him about the cell phone records. I asked him that he hadn't subpoenaed the text message records.
In one question, but these were never discussed, the calls were never discussed in cross?
Judge, he asked him if he only subpoenaed the cell phone records, Judge, not the text message.
That was my question.
Correct, Judge.
Well, I'll allow this.
Those only contain the incoming and outgoing calls, correct? No text messaging?
That's correct.
Was there another detective that was responsible for getting the search warrant and obtaining the cell phone records, the defendant's cell phone records from the phone company Metro PCS?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as text messaging, is there another source where you can get a defendant's text messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Where can you get a defendant's text messages?
From the phone itself.
And was there a detective that was tasked with getting a search warrant so you could download and obtain all of the defendant's text messaging from the cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
With regards to the incoming and outgoing calls, is there towers that can be obtained that are associated with those call detail records?
Yes, ma'am.
And in some cases, can you do what's called mapping to show the potential proximity of the cell phone when it is in use?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that in this case based on the cell phone records that were obtained from Metro PCS?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because there was no calls around the time of the incident. There was a void. There's no calls in or out.
Around 2:22 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
How about from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.? Any calls or activities?
No, ma'am.
And what happens if there's no activity, no incoming or outgoing calls between midnight and 6 a.m.?
There won't be no tower information.
Any need to do mapping in that case?
I'm sorry?
Any need to do mapping in that case?
No, ma'am.
If somebody has purposely left their phone at home, would there be any reason to do any kind of mapping?
No, ma'am.
If the crime occurred at another location?
No, ma'am.
Do you sometimes look at cell phone activity to see whether or not there's different use on a particular date and time?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking for inactivity versus activity, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any reason to map or diagram the activity reflected in the defendant's cell phone records?
No, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because there's no tower information. It's just showing a void.
Near the time of the crime that this occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Even if a suspect's phone is at home during the time of the crime, does that mean that he is with the phone?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you about that SOP, that documenting again. I think that the defense attorney asked you several times whether or not it was documented in your report as to who the supervisor was that approved the photo pack that you showed to Gonzalo Bovara. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any documentation of which supervisor signed off on that?
Not that I know of.
Is it common for any detective, yourself included, to document in your report the supervisor who okays a photo pack?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Well, rephrase it slightly.
Based on your training and your experience in the police reports that you reviewed as a supervisor, do you often see listed in a police report the supervisor who approved of a photo pack?
Objections, relevancy, and it calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
I have on reports, yes.
Is that done every time?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll sustain that.
Sir, on the ones that you have reviewed as a supervisor, is that reflected every single time by every detective that you have reviewed their reports? Who has authorized the supervisor who's authorized and approved of the photo pack?
No, ma'am.
As a detective in the cases that you were working, have you documented that in your report before?
Yes.
And have you always done it that way?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the one that made this particular photo pack?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who was responsible for making that photo pack?
I don't know who did.
That was something that was handed to you by another detective in your division?
Yes, ma'am.
As of today, in 2023, do you have a memory as to who handed that to you?
No, ma'am.
The first date of your depo in 2014, did you have a memory of who had handed that to you?
No, ma'am.
Was there anything in the report that showed who approved the photo pack that was done by Detective Cranberger?
No, ma'am.
The way that the photo packs are compiled, is it a detective going in and selecting a photograph?
I think in the past it used to be. Now I think it's computer generated.
Do you know in 2010 whether or not it was computer generated or whether or not it was somebody individually picking them out?
I really don't recall. I think it was. I just don't want to.
Yeah, don't speculate. Don't speculate.
I don't remember.
Did you review the photo pack prior to showing it to Mr. Guevara?
Yes, I looked at it.
What is the race of all of the individuals that are in the photo pack?
White males.
Are the individuals that are in the photo pack supposed to look exactly alike?
No, ma'am.
When you reviewed this, was there anything that you thought needed to be taken out or adjusted in any way?
No, ma'am.
That visit that you had with Gonzalo Guevara in the coma, did you have any contact or communication with him during that visit?
No, ma'am.
That was something that you did not document in your police report?
That's correct.
Is there times are there any occasion where why do you document in a homicide case?
Why do I document on a homicide case? To memorialize what happened.
Had you taken an actual statement from Mr. Guevara, would you have noted that in your
Objection,
report?
call for speculation.
I'm going to sustain.
Why didn't you document the fact that you were at St. Joseph's Hospital to see Mr. Guevara prior to the day that you actually spoke to him?
I'm going to object. What date are we talking about? There's
Hold
no
on,
proper
hold on.
predicate.
So hold on. So your legal basis for your objection is what?
Improper predicate. There's no date that we're talking about.
Do you have a specific date?
Sir, Judge, I'll lay more predicate.
All right.
Sir, do you remember when the defense attorney was asking you about a visit with Gonzalo Guevara that occurred prior to November 30th of 2010 while he was in the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically asked you about the contact that you had with Mr. Guevara. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you remember the exact date that occurred?
No, ma'am.
Do you know, in fact, that you went to the hospital to see Mr. Guevara?
Yes.
Why isn't that documented in your report?
because he was in a coma, so I was just checking on his condition.
I want to ask you, do you remember the defense attorney asking you about some other investigations that occurred on November 25th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically asked you about a robbery that occurred at 4:45 involving a green minivan.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that within the jurisdiction of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take a look at those reports?
Yes, I did.
What was the clothing description, if you can remember?
Objection, Your Honor. Improper predicate as to, again, when he actually looked at those reports.
I'll allow if he knows the answer, he can answer it.
What was the clothing description of the assailant that was involved in the robbery of the CVS?
I want to say the CVS had khaki shorts, and a mask, a jacket, like a windbreaker, and I believe that was black.
Was there anything about those facts that were similar to the case that you were investigating at 604 Ocean Mist?
No, ma'am.
Was there any sort of robbery that occurred at 604 Ocean Mist?
No, ma'am. No robbery.
Any of the victims or eyewitness suggest somebody was asking them for money?
No, ma'am.
That report that occurred in Gibson did that occur in Gibsonton?
Yes, ma'am.
The one at the CVS with the green minivan?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody report at 604 Ocean Mist that the assailant was wearing a black ski mask?
No.
This assailant that robbed the CVS, was he wearing a law enforcement uniform?
No, ma'am.
Was he disguised as a law enforcement officer?
No, ma'am.
If somebody had been disguised as a law enforcement officer, would they have notified you in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you about the other police report that he asked you about, the incident that occurred at 4:48 a.m. Sorry, I asked you about that one. The one that occurred at 8:28 a.m. involving a suspicious vehicle, another green minivan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that person disguised as a law enforcement officer?
No, ma'am.
Was that also investigated by other detectives in the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that person actually consent to a search of his green minivan?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any firearms located in that vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Was he disguised as a law enforcement officer?
No, ma'am.
Was that person actually smoking marijuana in his vehicle?
Believe so, yes.
Did he cooperate and consent to a search of his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything about either one of those cases that you found relevant to your investigation at 604 Ocean Mist Court?
No, ma'am.
I believe Mr. Escobar asked you about that blue minivan, the two-toned minivan belonging to the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In the interview that you had with the defendant on November 27th, what did he tell you about his father's car?
He told me that he was driving it, that was the vehicle he used.
Did he tell you anything else about his father's vehicle?
I don't recall. I remember the color, but it was blue, I want to say.
And when you talked to, I believe he asked you whether or not it was clean, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 183 and 185. He asked you whether or not it looked like it had been clean, is that correct?
That was asked and answered in cross, that he said it was not clean.
That doesn't mean that they can't revisit and redirect just because they asked the answer on crossover.
Remember this defense attorney specifically asking you, this isn't clean, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember did you interview Henry Bowes?
Yes.
Why was it that you were staying there to ask him about whether or not garbage had been collected?
Why was it?
Did you stay there did you specifically ask him whether or not the garbage at Henry Bowes' house had been collected?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because I learned that the vehicle was clean at that residence and the trash was placed on the sidewalk.
And why did you want those trash bags?
I wanted to see what was discarded, what was thrown away.
Okay. This doesn't look like there's still trash in this vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you looking for in those trash bags?
Clothing, weapons, shell casings, ammo, anything.
What didn't you find at Michael Keetley's residence?
The shirt that was described, the weapon that he told me he had, a Glock 21. I couldn't find that.
You were asked about the search warrant that was done on the Keetley home and not allowing the defendant to go into the home. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was it that you would not allow him to go into the home?
Just to protect the home, make sure nothing is moved or altered or destroyed.
Are there any policies regarding homicide cases when you are looking for a firearm?
Yes.
Are you ever going to allow a suspect into the home when part of what you are seeking are weapons?
No.
Is there a concern for safety in that situation?
Yes, ma'am.
The defense attorney specifically asked you whether or not you put forward any questions to Stacey Rogan. Do you remember that? Asking you about her relationship with the defendant. Do you know whether or not the Detective Schramm asked her about her relationship with the defendant?
I don't recall.
With looking at the interview that you and Detective Schramm did with Stacey Rogan, would that help refresh your recollection as to whether or not any questions were put to Ms. Rogan regarding her relationship with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I'm going to hand you a transcript, and if you can read the first page to the second page that I have tabbed there.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have an independent memory as to the recorded interview that you did with Detective Schramm and Stacy Rogan?
Yes.
Were there questions put to Stacy Rogan and her relationship with the defendant, Michael Keetley?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of information did you gather that you and Detective Schramm gathered regarding her relationship with the defendant?
Judge, this is hearsay. She testified in this case, but this is hearsay.
Approach.
Sir, what questions were asked of Ms. Rogan regarding her relationship with the defendant?
Just see how they met and if they were friends, and if they had a relationship.
Those were covered and asked during that recorded interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Escobar asked you about your testimony from 2/17 of 2020. Would that have been about the 7th sworn statement that you gave in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And on that date in 2020, when you were asking about the container and whether or not you went into it, did they ask you who it was that handed you the bag? Could you provide details as to who it was, whether it was Mr. Smith or his wife?
I don't think so.
In 2020, did you have a great memory with the details as to what happened when you went and picked up the bag?
No, ma'am.
Do you know for certain who you got the Victoria's Secret bag from?
I don't remember.
Did it happen at Wesley Smith's home?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know, are you certain as to the purpose why you went to Wesley Smith's home?
Just to pick up the bag with the showcases.
Did you see what was in the bag?
Yes.
What was relevant to your investigation in the bag?
Showcases.
Was there any other reason or purpose to go over to Wesley Smith's home in Plant City?
No, ma'am.
After you received that, what did you do with it?
Took it to my office, separated all the showcases by sizes, and then I impounded everything separated.
The defense attorney asked you whether or not you checked Wesley Smith's container for any other items.
Yes.
Did you have a reason to search Wesley Smith's container for anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you obtain a search warrant for Wesley Smith's container?
No, ma'am.
Was there any other reason other than what was contained in that Victoria's Secret bag for you to go over to Wesley Smith's home?
No, that was it.
You interviewed, Mr. Escobar asked you about your interview with Jose Rodriguez, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically asked you whether or not you knew that he had known the ice cream man, is that correct?
Yes.
Again, you did not sit in Mr. Baez's deposition, is that correct?
And Rodriguez's deposition.
Rodriguez, I don't know why I keep calling him Baez. Jose Rodriguez's deposition, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you or your detectives, when you are doing an initial investigation in a homicide case, interview people for 4 or 5 hours?
Yes, it could happen.
It can happen. If they are witnesses to a case, is that going to happen a lot where you're doing that for 5 or 4 hours?
Also speculation. He testified based on his experience, but
Don't speculate. Don't guess.
Is that happening a lot with witnesses such as Mr. Rodriguez, as a victim in the case?
No, ma'am.
When you're saying 4 or 5 hours, are you referring to suspects and defendants?
Yes.
Do you know how close Jose Rodriguez ever got to the person he was buying ice cream from?
No, I don't know.
Do you know if he ever paid attention to the person he was buying ice cream from?
I don't know.
Do you know if he ever paid attention to a jar on a store that was collecting money?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Escobar asked you about the impound form that said that the defendant's vehicle, that blue Chevy van, abandoned. Is that correct?
Yes.
That occurred in a deposition when somebody showed you a police report. Is that correct? An impound form.
Yes.
Are you responsible for filling out the impound form?
No, ma'am.
Do you know why the deputy who filled out that form put abandoned there?
No, ma'am.
Was there any need as a homicide investigator to do an investigation to determine why a form said impound on it?
Abandoned?
Or abandoned, I apologize, abandoned.
No, ma'am.
Was that vehicle returned to the defendant or the defendant's family?
Yes, ma'am.
Turner may have one moment.
absolutely.
Mr. Escobar asked you about Mr. Smith and picking up the shell casings from when he went target practicing on the Keetley property. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Smith ever provide you with a reason for picking them up other than to do reloads?
Other than to do reloads? No.
Yes. Were there other shell casings in that Victoria's Secret bag other than the 45 spent shell casings?
Yes.
What other ammunition was in that Victoria's Secret bag?
I want to say there was some 7.67 rounds, rifle rounds. I want to say there was some 22s. From memory, I want to say there was some 9mm.
Did Mr. Smith indicate that he was shooting his weapons as well on the Keetley property?
Yes.
You were asked about that search warrant for the Keetley property, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You did not author that search warrant?
No, ma'am.
Is there another detective at the homicide division that authorized it?
Yes.
When I say, I should say write it. The judge authorizes it. I
Yes.
apologize. Was there information relayed to the person who is writing a search warrant by other officers familiar with the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there, the defense attorney specifically asked you about HCSO inquiries that had been found in the defendant's home, is that correct?
Yes.
And in there it specifically says of victims, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was there, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. Was there a printer that was on the Keetley property, State's Exhibit 120? That contain, and I'm going to show you 120A. Do you recognize what 120A is?
Yes.
What is this?
That is a booking sheet for somebody.
And this says inquiry, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you, even though this is cut out, can you make out what that is?
Hillsborough County.
Okay. And what is this form? I'm going to bring it to you. It says Hillsborough County, and even though that word is cut out underneath it, what does that say?
What does it say, or what is it?
What is it?
It's a booking sheet.
Okay. And 118C, was that also recovered from that area where the printer was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there information relayed to the person authorized to do the search warrant with information that was found off of that printer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The word victim is not accurate, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the information having to do with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office inquiry that was relevant to that search warrant?
That there were papers that were located on the printer that were in reference to inquiries, just looking.
Okay. And what type of, what was the background and the race of the inquiries that were found on the defendant's printer?
I'm sorry?
What was the race of the individuals that was found on the defendant's printer?
It was Hispanic males.
And how is that relevant to your investigation?
Well, I know that I have someone coming in asking for creeper. Omar Balon.
Had you done interviews on other witnesses in this case that had contact with the defendant about the investigation that he was conducting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you become familiar with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Detective report involving the robbery of the defendant that occurred in January of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn of the individuals, the race of the individuals that he was currently looking for with respect to his case, the robbery?
Can you ask me that one more time? I'm sorry.
That's okay. I know it's been a long day.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And I'm getting ready to wrap up. Did you become familiar after interviewing witnesses that knew the defendant was conducting his own investigation?
Yes.
And during that, and during your investigation, did you become aware of the specific race of individuals that he has suspected had done this?
Yes.
And what was that?
Hispanic male.
One of them has child care.
Yes, Judge. Judge, I think I'm done.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to release the witness in just about. You're subject to recall, I suspect. All right, but I'll ask you to sit there while I get the jury out. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for you to go home. So I'm going to give you my standard instruction about not doing any research about the case, not talking about the case with anyone else or amongst yourselves, and avoiding all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. It was a long day. I thank you and appreciate you. You may need to form a juror union because I increased your work hours, I shortened your lunch, and I did not increase your pay. So hopefully we will. You are required to come back on Monday, but we will see you on Monday. Have a great weekend. Enjoy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you all very much. All rise for the jury.
Judge, they would like to know what time on Monday.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to do 8:30 on Monday. Remember, I increased your hours. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Lieutenant, you may step down. They've indicated you are subject to recall, so I'm sure they'll notify you the day before if either side intends to recall you back to the witness stand before the trial concludes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you. Is there anything else? I didn't consult with you all, but I think it's best to go ahead and try to keep starting at 8:30. There is one day next week that I have to go make an appearance at a thing at 8:30 across the hall, across the other building, but I could be back here by 9. So Thursday, is it Wednesday or Thursday? Wednesday of next week, we'll start at 9. But I'm pretty sure we can go to 5:30 if we have to every night. Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.